Golden Age Radio is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. The Istanbul Express is speeding through the night en route from the fabulous city of Baghdad. The next stop is Ankara, Turkey. Aboard the train is Ken Thurston, the Man Called X. Suddenly, the door of his compartment bursts open.
You are Mr. Thurston. Mr. Ken Thurston.
That's right. Come in.
Not in time, Mr. Thurston. Here, take this. Eat them for me, please.
Huh? Cigarettes?
Much more than that, as you know. That box of cigarettes contains... lights. The train lights have gone out.
Yeah. It looks like they... Wait, quiet.
Compartment door. It's open. Mr. Thurston.
Down, get down fast.
Yes, Miss Brooks?
A call for you, sir. It's Mr. Thurston
Oh?
from Kayseri, Turkey.
Kayseri? What's he doing in... Oh, never mind, Miss Brooks. Put him on.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Chief.
Ken, you should have been in Istanbul by now. What are you doing in a place called Kayseri?
They stopped the train here for a few minutes. You see, I met a beautiful girl, Chief.
A beautiful... Now, look, Ken. Your report at the consulate at Istanbul is more important than a dozen girls.
The police don't think so.
The police?
Yeah. She was killed in my compartment on the train about 2 hours ago. Over a box of cigarettes. Custom made by Kupyan tobacconists of Ankara.
Ken, what in blazes are you talking
Chief,
about?
the customer's name is printed on each one of those cigarettes. In this case, it's Henry Evers.
Well, what's the... Henry Evers? Good Lord, Ken.
Yeah, that's the way I thought about it. Hank was one of the best men the Bureau ever had.
But Evers was murdered in Ankara during the war.
That's right. On his way back from a mission into Germany, remember?
How could I forget? When you tipped off that the enemy is working on plans for a radio-controlled rocket bomb with an atomic warhead...
Yeah. We never did know for sure whether Hank found those planes or not. But if he did, and was smuggling them back home when he was killed...
We went over all that at the time, Ken. If any other country had them, the Bureau would have heard of it by now.
What if Hank had stashed them away someplace? And they've been lying there ever since. And a certain foreign country's agents have just got wind of it.
Hmm?
Chief, that's why I'm getting off this train at Ankara.
But what about those cigarettes?
I slit them open, Chief. You want to guess what was in them?
Ken, information about those plans.
No. Tobacco.
Come in.
Please forgive this intrusion, Mr. Thurston, but it was necessary for me to speak with you.
Oh, well?
I am a man of incurable curiosity, Mr. Thurston. When I learned of the poor unfortunate girl who was murdered in this compartment just before we stopped at Kayseri, but I forget my manners. My card, sir. It will introduce me.
Mm-hmm. P. Lebedev. Wholesale tobaccos.
Yes, only the most excellent tobaccos, Mr. Thurston. There is a fine art to cultivating a fragrant mellow leaf, you know.
Yeah. You were talking about your curiosity and a murdered girl.
Yes, so I was. You know, Mr. Thurston, I have always felt that some invisible bond exists among people who travel together. That is why I could not sleep tonight until I learned more about her. No doubt she was an old friend of yours.
What makes you think so?
I am not one to be blind to the obvious, Mr. Thurston. She was in your compartment at a late hour of the night.
Well, so are you.
Yes, of course. Undoubtedly, you knew her name.
She didn't have time to introduce herself, Mr. Lebedev.
Too bad. It would have made things so much easier for the police. They have been unable to identify her, you know.
That bush you're beating around is getting pretty big. How about coming to the point?
Well, there is no point, Mr. Thurston. I merely wish to congratulate you upon the ease with which you convinced the Cassari police of your innocence. But then you were wise enough not to mention the name of Sparrison, weren't you?
Sparrison?
But then you do not know Sparrison, do you? Of course not. How could you?
You'd better stick to cultivating tobacco, Lebedev. You won't do very well with me. And speaking of tobacco, do you have a cigarette?
I am embarrassed, Mr. Thurston. It was unpardonable of me not to offer you one sooner. Please, try one of these.
Thanks. Custom made by Kupian tobacconists of Ankara. And I see your name's printed on them.
Yes, they are truly remarkable cigarettes, Mr. Thurston.
No, I don't doubt it. Maybe I'll have Kupian make up some for me.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid you will find that rather difficult.
Oh?
The Kupians cater only to a select list of customers. I do not think they would care to take an order from you, sir. Thank you for a very pleasant conversation. And good night, Mr. X.
I have been desolated by this inconvenience to you, Mr. Thurston. I assure you, delays like this are not customary at Hotel Imperio, but your room is ready for you at last. I'll have the boy take you up at once. Boy? You were ringing for me?
Oh, no.
Show this gentleman to room 219, please.
219? Such a hole in the wall. Now, room 322, for instance,
You will show this gentleman to room 219.
Okay, but he won't like it. This way, please. Hello, Mr. Thurston. Glad to see me, Mr. Thurston. I thought you would be surprised to see me, huh? Yeah. Well, naturally, you want to know what I'm doing here. Well, of course, if you're going to be class-conscious about those things...
Pagon, I'm not surprised to see you. I'm not glad to see you. And I don't want to know what you're doing here.
Well, thank you, Mr. Thurston. Thank you. Well, anyways, now that you're here, I can quit being a bellboy.
What makes you think so?
After all these years we've worked together, doing things for me, you wouldn't stop now. Imagine me, Pagan Zellschmidt, working as a bellhop.
I can't imagine you working at anything.
Mr. Thurston, I've worked in every big hotel in Turkey waiting for you to show up. Ever since Miss Brooks told me you were...
Miss Brooks again.
Well, can I help it if she likes my accent? Anyways, I've decided I'll go back to work for you, like before. Without payment, even. Well, maybe there should be a slight consideration.
Pagon, I'm very happy as I am. Come on, open up.
This is being very short-sighted, you understand. A reasonable man would...
Look up, Pagon! Get down!
I told you wouldn't like this room, Mr. Thurston.
It's not the room, it's the balcony.
Huh?
That's where those shots came from. Let's have a look.
Goodbye, Mr. Thurston. The clerk wants me. I hear bells ringing.
Oh, relax. Whoever it was, it's gone now.
People are always shooting at you, Mr. X. Do you have to have so many enemies?
It's an occupational disease.
Well, then you should go to see a doctor. Huh? There's nobody here on this balcony.
It opens onto a dozen rooms. Could have disappeared into one of them. Wait a minute. Move your foot, Pagon.
Huh?
You're stepping on something.
So what? It's only a half-smoked cigarette butt.
Yeah. With printing on it. Y-E-V.
Now, what could that mean?
It could mean that a man named Lebedev doesn't smoke his cigarettes down far enough.
Good afternoon. Is there something I can do for you?
Well,
I beg your pardon?
no, I was wrong. Everything in an old-fashioned tobacco shop doesn't have to be mellow and musty.
Oh? You do not find Kupians that way?
I don't find a Kupian that way. That is, if you're one of the family.
Yes. I am Marilyn Kupian. And like all of my family, I am here to sell tobacco.
Good.
I'm here to buy some.
For a moment, I had my doubts.
I'd like some custom-made cigarettes, Miss Kupion.
Of course. What blend would you prefer?
I'll take the recommendation of the house.
Oh, you have confidence in our choice?
I have confidence in the choice of Henry Evers.
Henry Evers?
Yeah, an old customer of yours. You remember him?
Who are you?
My name's Ken Thurston. Mean anything to you?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Thurston, it does.
What's your recommendation?
We'll leave this shop, now. And do not ever return to it.
That's not the recommendation I was looking for.
It is the only one you will get.
What about Evers? Did he get one like that, too?
Henry Evers is dead, Mr. Thurston. Draw your own conclusion.
Yeah, I have. They're not pretty.
Then you are going?
Sure. If you want Lebediev's company instead of mine.
Lebediev? What do you mean?
The car that just pulled up outside the door. Lebediev is at the wheel. He's got 2 thugs with him.
But he cannot find me here. He would kill me.
He's tried that on somebody else I know. But why you?
Well, there is not time to explain. Come with me. Quickly, before he enters. There is a door at the back of the building through the stock room. We can leave by there.
You can leave, Marilyn, not me.
But that man Lebedev is a killer. You do not know him.
That's why I'm going to hang around, to get better acquainted. Here, take this.
What is this key?
It's to my hotel bedroom.
Oh.
219 Hotel Imperial. Wait for me there.
But Mr.
Do as I say. We'll have plenty to talk over later.
All right. Whatever you say, I'll... Ken, in back of you. Look out!
In back of... Oh, is it? What's that? What? Who are you? Can't see. My head, oh.
I see you are recovering consciousness at last, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah. It looks like it. Oh. Who are you?
Colonel Menges, Turkish military intelligence. At your service.
Who's that? Who's that lying beside me?
Mr. Kupion, the owner of this shop.
Kupion, eh? What happened? Wait a minute, Colonel. This man's dead.
As dead as 2 bullets in his heart can make him, Mr. Thurston.
Who did it?
I will let you supply the answer to that.
Huh?
This Luger I have here has been fired twice. It was in your hand.
I see.
I regret, but I must place you under arrest on suspicion of murder.
Why not check with Marilyn Kupion first? She can tell you I didn't kill her father.
It would be rather difficult to get Miss Kupion to testify, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah, why?
We received a call from the authorities in Kayseri about 30 minutes ago. They have just identified the girl who was killed in your compartment of the train. Her name was Marilyn Kupion.
Yes, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
I am Colonel Menges, military intelligence. I wish a key to this gentleman's room.
Oh, yes, of course. But wait, Colonel Menges. That would be impossible. This gentleman is not a guest here.
Your memory's slipping. The name's Thurston. I registered here about an hour ago.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but there must be some mistake. We have no one here but that name. Here is our book. You can check the registrations for yourself.
Thanks, I will.
Well, Mr. Thurston?
There seems to have been a fast shovel around here. My name got lost in it. But we can pin this thing down right now, Colonel Menges.
Just how do you propose to do that?
By going up to room 219.
What you say, monsieur, c'est impossible. My bride and I have occupied this room for our entire honeymoon. Is that not correct, mon petit chou, mon bel adieu?
Oui, amour. Oh, mon Dieu, what a glorious day.
Are you satisfied now, Mr. Thurston? There is none of your luggage here? The windows are unbroken?
I wonder.
Monsieur, it is just as I have said. My beautiful one and I have occupied this room for 10 gorgeous days. Is that not right, ma belle?
Oui, Armand, mais oui.
Your pardon, monsieur, madame, for this intrusion. Good day. Come along, Thurston.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Au revoir. Armand.
Mr. Thurston, you are now formally under arrest for murder. Military car will be here at any moment. We will wait for it in front of the hotel.
You're wasting your time playing with murder, Mangas. There's bigger game to be found in Ankara.
Perhaps, Thurston, you will have your opportunity to prove what you say in due course of time.
Is that the car you're waiting for?
What car is that?
Oh, the one right there.
This way, Mr. Thurston, this way.
Hurry, Ken, hurry.
Good work, Pagan. Now, step on it.
Shouldn't we talk about few financial arrangement first, Mr. Thurston?
Oh, no.
Later, you idiot. Hit that gas.
Absolutely not. I'm a man who believes in cash on the line, strictly. We don't budge 1 inch until... Oops! We're off!
But Colonel Menges told you the truth. Marilyn Coupian was killed in your compartment on the train.
Then what goes? Don't tell me there are two of you.
No, Ken. My real name is Evelyn Rosier. I am Marilyn's cousin. She asked me to use her name in Coupian's tobacco shop while she went to the Turkish border to meet your train.
Well, I suppose it all adds up, but I still don't see why. Now, let's start from scratch. How did Henry Evers and the Coupians happen to get together?
Well, during the war, the Coupians were part of the Allied underground, and Evers asked them to hide some very important papers for him.
Huh?
They were to release them to no one but Evers or to you, Mr. X. And shortly after he left the shop, Evers was murdered.
Why didn't the Coupians try to get in touch with me?
Well, they knew then that someone was onto them, so they closed the shop and left the country.
Then, whoever wanted those plans had to wait for them to come back here.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Coupians returned only last week. Then, Marilyn read of your visit to Turkey, remembered the papers, and left to turn them over to you on the train. They were in a box of cigarettes.
Only she must have taken along the wrong box. Any idea who might have killed her?
It could only have been Levitt, yes.
Oh, busy little soul. Who is he?
He is a small-time international agent. He works for whoever will pay him the most. But it was one of his men who knocked you out in the tobacco shop.
And who killed Coupian there?
That I do not know. When I managed to break away from that man who struck you down, I went to the Hotel Imperial as you told me to. Only the key you gave me would not open the door.
Lucky for you, I saw her trying to open it and offered my invaluable assistance.
We compared notes, Ken, and were discussing the situation in the car when you came out with Colonel Menges.
Huh.
A pretty snafu setup, eh, Mr. Thurston?
It boils down, Pagan. Evers' papers are still somewhere in Ankara, and someone's trying to get me out of the way while he finds them. That was the reason he planned that hotel room frame-up, to make sure I'd have no alibi, and that Menges will arrest me.
Then what do you intend to do, Ken?
Hide out until after dark. Then I'm going back to the tobacco shop.
Uh-huh. Exactly like I figured. And here is just the place for you to hide.
Are you kidding?
Mr. Thurston, I happen to have a room in that lovely building. It is yours for the asking. At a modest little rental, of course.
How much?
Well, considering we've been such good friends all these years, the mere pittance of 1,000 piastres, or $80 cash.
Well... Here you are, Pagan.
Absolutely not. I won't take 1 piastre less. You're giving it to me?
What choice do I have? Come on.
Yes, Ken.
Believe me, Mr. Thurston, you won't regret this. Such a cozy little nest. Nobody bothers nobody here. Even the mice know this.
That I believe. So long, Pagan.
Goodbye, Mr. Thurston. Have a pleasant... I'm not going anywhere. This is my room.
It was your room. I'm renting it now, remember?
But the police are chasing me, Mr. Thurston, for aiding and debating a murderer to escape.
Good luck, Pagan. You won't get any more than 20 years.
20 years? Mr. Thurston, Couldn't I possibly sublet a little space from you? Well, the closet, maybe?
Maybe. For a slight consideration.
I knew you could depend on me. Now, how much?
1,000 piastres.
1,000? Oh, Mr. Burns!
Wait a minute.
What is it, Ken?
Halfway down the alley, in the shadows near the back door of the tobacco shop.
Mr. Thurston, that's a man standing there, just like out in the front.
Yeah. Looks like Lebedev's expecting me. He's got all entrances covered.
But, Ken, we have to get into that shop.
We're going to. Yeah, move back into the shadow of this loading platform. The wall keeps us hidden from him. Now, if I can only find some... Yeah. Here's one.
What are you going to do with that old tin can?
Toss it out down the alley. Like this.
Who's there? Speak up before I shoot.
Ooh, he's coming this way. He'll kill us, murder us, maybe even knock us unconscious.
Quiet. All right, let's have it.
What are you doing?
Just this.
We cannot find anything here. They have torn this stockroom to pieces.
Yeah. Looks like they didn't miss a trick. Unfortunately, they got here before we... Oh.
What is it, Ken? A box of cigarettes.
Yeah. Well.
Mr. Thurston, look at the name on those butts. Henry Evers.
Then these are the cigarettes we are looking for. We found them, Ken.
Let's tear open a few of them and see.
There is nothing in them, Ken. Nothing but tobacco. We have found a blind trail.
Well, maybe not. How many cigarettes did Kupian pack in the box?
15, I think.
Well, there are only 11 here. What happened to the other 4?
Uh-huh. Maybe somebody smoked them.
Plans for rockets don't make good smoking, Pagan. No? Lebedev must have got them. And if he's only a small-time agent, he won't have contact with any principals. He'll have to sell those plans to someone else.
Sell them? To whom?
Maybe to someone called Sperrison.
Sperrison? Where did you learn about Sperrison?
Lebedev mentioned him on the train.
Oh.
Tried to make believe he was connected with Marilyn's murder. What do you know about him?
Well, I had forgotten, Ken, but Sperrison was the man the Kupian suspected of killing Henry Evers. Why, he is as big an international agent as Lebedev is a small one.
Do you know anything about him, where he hangs out?
Yes, I do. The Kupians told me Sperrison owned the Byzantium Artware Company in Istanbul. And if Lebedev has gone there to sell the plan...
Yeah, yes. Let's see if we can get in on the bidding.
Wait, Ken. This is the place.
The Byzantium Artware Company.
It's a creepy-looking joint, only those dim lights shining inside. Maybe the place is closed, huh? So we'll have to come back in the daytime, huh? How about
Better luck next time, Pagan. Come on.
Perhaps Pagan is right, Ken. It does look deserted.
Sure. Who'd want to buy any of this old junk anyway? Especially this time of the night. Let's come back in the morning, hey, Mr. Evans?
Mr. Those shots came from the gallery in the back.
Come on, but stay behind me.
Ken, it's Lebedev. Someone tried to kill him.
So he isn't the one who fired at us from the... Look out, down!
Can you hit him?
Yeah, you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
What about you, Pagan? Pagan, where are you?
Right here, Mr. Thurston. I was running to help you, and I got lost in the dark behind this packing case.
Oh, fine.
Oh, there is the man you hit, Ken. He was trying to get away through that window when you...
Yeah.
There is a doorknob.
He is one of Lebedev's men.
Is he?
And look. Look in his hand.
Cigarettes.
Yes. The four that were missing from the box at Ankara. Looks like Lebedev's pal double-crossed him.
Sure. When Lebedev came here to sell them to Spearson, this guy decided he would make the deal.
Ken, open them quickly.
Afraid these may be duds, too?
Oh, no.
Well,
The things we've been looking for.
yes.
Those? Boy, I could take bigger and better pictures with my number 2 Brownie.
It's microfilm, Pagon. Microfilm of the plans for an atomic rocket.
It is? Well, anyways, that no-good Spearson can't gather them now.
Don't be too sure, Pagon.
Huh? What do you mean?
You are so right, Mr. X.
Mr. X, look. She's got a gun.
Yes.
Drop yours, Ken. Quickly.
Sure.
Mr. X.
Good. Now the microfilm. Throw it to the floor. Over here.
Why not? Here.
Good. And thank you, Ken, for disposing of the opposition. Without your help, it would have been more difficult for me. I might have had to pay for these plans.
You've waited a long time to get hold of them. Haven't you, Miss Sparrison?
What?
Of course. Who else could profit so well with them? Tell me, was it second guessing, Ken?
Hardly. You gave yourself away at the tobacco shop in Ankara when you knocked me out.
Why, Ken, I cried a warning to you.
Oh, yes, so I turned away from you and then woke up with a lump on the back of my head.
Very clever, Mr. X. Is that all?
Not by a long shot. You knew about the real Marilyn's death when only the killer and the police could have known.
Even the best of us slip up now and then. You, for instance. Knowing who I really am, you come to Istanbul with me, hoping to get the plans for the rocket. But I haven't. Now there is nothing left for me but to kill you. And now...
Better look behind you before you pull that trigger.
Oh, no, Ken. That trick will not work with me. Goodbye, darling.
Okay, Colonel Mangus.
All right, let me have that gun. Not until I have that gun.
Take it easy, Pagon.
Now. All right now. Face that wall. Speed.
Nice work, Mangus. You see, Miss Sparrison, this time you should have looked behind you. But even more to the point, maybe you should have looked ahead. Yes, you and all those like you, who believe you can terrorize the world with your weapons and power and reap a harvest of destruction and enslave peoples. Well, you're wrong, Miss Sparrison, dead wrong. The freedom-loving nations of this world will never pay that price for peace. Remember that. All right, Mangus, take her away.
And now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, our story is called One Way to Macassar. It is filled with adventure and mystery in the midst of the islands of spice at the back door of Asia. I really think you'll enjoy it. As usual, Pagon Zelsmith was paid by Leon Velasco. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production and is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Sidney Marshall. All characters and incidents used are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. And so, until next week, same time, same station, this is John Storm saying goodnight for The Man Called X. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Tomorrow night on NBC marks the premiere of the Hedda Hopper Show. Miss Hopper, who has been writing about Hollywood and its residents for many years, now brings her personality to the air. During the new Hedda Hopper Show, you'll hear your favorite motion picture stars and people of international importance. Listen tomorrow for Hedda Hopper, and remember, too, Saturday night means your hit parade with the nation's top tunes, so listen on NBC. Now, stay tuned for Night Beat, More good times on NBC.
Lost in Brazil, an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. Here is K7.
An unusual spy plot was recently uncovered on the continent when it was found that the spies of one nation were actually working through their own embassy in another country and were under the orders of the consul representatives. These spies were thus able to travel freely and to even take the information which they had gathered out of the country under the protection of diplomatic passports. My story tells how this master spy, who was also the consul, had laid a plot which boomeranged. John Holbrook will take up at this point.
Thank you, K7. Our story opens in Yvonne Durell's hotel suite in a large European city. As we begin, Yvonne admits her superior, Special Agent M.
M, you weren't gone long. Is it a new case?
Yes, Yvonne. And it's not going to be easy. Sit down. We're up against something that this country's intelligence department hasn't been able to crack.
That doesn't sound promising, does it?
Yvonne, we've got to trap Ante Vlada. Ever hear of him?
The name is familiar. Perhaps you or K7 has mentioned him.
Ante Vlada is one of the world's cleverest spies. He has worked at one time or other for almost every nation in the world.
Do you know which one he's working for now?
Yes, Yvonne. He's acting for his own country. Yvonne, he's not only in charge of espionage here, but he is also a consul.
A consul? A diplomatic representative?
That's right. He's operating a spy ring directly from the embassy itself. He travels on a diplomatic passport. That means he can cross the border without being searched. You understand now why he hasn't been trapped?
It's fantastic. Why, his spies can visit him at will. In his position as consul, he can even protect them. Have you any plan of action?
Yes. K7 and the intelligence department, they're cooperating. This call may be the answer. I left word I was coming here. Hello? Oh, yes, K7. This is Agent M. You say she's under arrest? Good. How about her papers? Do you have them? That simplifies matters. Yes, I'll come down immediately. Yvonne will be with me. We'll be there in a few minutes. Yvonne, that telephone call may have given us the answer. It looks as if this case was up to you to solve.
What do you mean, Em?
The intelligence department has just arrested a woman spy. They picked her up as she entered the country. Her papers show that she was to report to Ante Vlada. You're going to take her place.
In the embassy building of the spy who was also the consul, Two men sat together in earnest conversation. One of them was Ante Vlada.
Yes, everything is in readiness. This girl shall report within the next few minutes.
You know who she is?
No. I merely asked headquarters to send a woman who was no longer of any value to us as an agent.
Yeah, I see.
She is to be sacrificed.
Sacrificed? Well, what do you mean, Ante?
This afternoon I received this nation's plans for mobilization.
Yes, I know that.
I've got to get them over the border tonight. However, before I leave, I'm going to ruin the reputation of General Bartu.
Oh, it's suspicious, eh?
More than suspicious. He is planning to expose me.
Yeah.
However, I'm going to ruin him first. General Bartu is head of intelligence service. If I can brand him as a spy, I can break the morale of his entire department.
Yes, but how? How can you succeed?
The plan. The plan is very simple, Paul. I called the general this afternoon. He has agreed to have dinner with me this evening. However, I am not going to be able to attend that dinner. Instead, the general will dine with a woman spy who is on her way here.
No. Ante, I begin to see.
Yes. This woman spy will have the new mobilization plans in her bag. During dinner, she will be arrested by the famous agent, K7. I've already sent word to K7 that something is breaking tonight. The fact that she is with the general and has the plans, which the government believes only he possesses, will brand the general.
Very clever.
He will probably face court-martial.
That's excellent. It should disrupt the entire intelligence service.
It will. But more than that, tonight, at the very time the scandal is breaking, I will leave the country with a copy of the plans. This may mean she has arrived. Come in.
The young lady is here, sir.
Send her in. Good evening, mademoiselle.
Good evening.
That will be all. Close the door. You came from headquarters?
Yes. I'm a little late.
No matter. Let me see your papers.
They are here, monsieur.
Yes. They seem to be in order. This is the passport. Mademoiselle, I have a most pleasant task for you tonight. You are to take my place at a small dinner. You will dine with General Bartu, chief of this country's secret service.
The trap was set. Yvonne was given the mobilization plans and told to return across the border with them, following her dinner with the general. She, of course, knew nothing of the plan to sacrifice her to ruin the general's reputation. As soon as she had her instructions, she left the embassy and reported directly to Agent M.
Those are the plans which he gave me to take across the border tonight, M. He told me they would be perfectly safe in my bag while I was having dinner with the general.
Yvonne, this is a trap. These are the mobilization plans which were only completed this afternoon. They're supposed to be in the general's safe.
You talked with the general?
K7 has talked with him. He said that Vlada begged him to have dinner with him, and that he finally agreed. After all, Vlada's the consul for his country.
Do you want me to keep the dinner engagement?
I'm not so sure yet, Yvonne. K7 is down at intelligence headquarters now. He's waiting for a call from Vlada.
What's behind it all? Have you any idea?
Yes. K7 and I both believe this was a deliberate plot to break General Bartu. Just how this was to have been accomplished is another question. If this is K7, we'll know our next move. Hello?
M, this is K7. I've just received a tip from Vlada that a woman spy is dining with General Bartu at the Continental Cafe.
So that's how they're going to work it. What's the next move?
We've tapped the embassy telephone lines and found out that Vlada is taking the North Sea Express in an hour. Meet me at the station. We'll follow Plan B.
Right. We'll start immediately.
Was it K7?
Yes, Yvonne. And now we've got work to do. Take the mobilization plans and put them in your bag. We're going to the railroad station.
K7 said, we'll follow Plan B. A few minutes later, Agent M and Yvonne entered the railroad station. As they did, Agent M was handed a note.
Monsieur, this is for you.
Oh, thank you. Wait, Yvonne. It's a note. Have Yvonne go to compartment 31 and give the plans back to Vlada, saying she escaped arrest at the restaurant. Join me at prearranged spot. Don't be seen with Yvonne. It's signed K7. That's all, Yvonne. I'm leaving you. The rest is up to you. Good luck.
A few minutes later, Yvonne knocked at the door of compartment 31.
Yes? Who is it?
Let me in. This is L21. Hurry.
Ah, you fool. Why did you come here?
Close the door. I telephoned you at the embassy. They told me you had left. I was nearly arrested in the restaurant.
Eh? What happened to the plans? Were they seized by K7?
How did you know it was K7 who came to the restaurant?
Why, never mind that now. Have you got the plans with you?
Yes. They are here in my bag.
All right, then. They have followed you here.
There she is, K7.
Arrest her. She has the plans.
What is the meaning of this?
This woman is suspected of being a spy, Vlada. The fact that we found her in the act of handing these mobilization plans to you makes it necessary for us to also arrest you.
Look out! Stop him!
Sorry you had to see that happen, Miss Yvonne. Open his briefcase, M.
Yes. Just as you suspected, K7. Here's another copy of the mobilization plans, and here are the coast defense plans and blueprints of the new bombing planes. This briefcase is full of secret documents.
But Vlada will never deliver them, M. His career as a spy is over. Vlada was clever, but his last plot ended his career instead of that of the man he plotted against. This affair was hushed up to prevent embarrassment to the nation he served. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio. If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to end up with me smashing a spy ring because a trained SEAL gets a bad case of the blues. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. You're leaving for Istanbul, Turkey on the next plane.
Turkey? Oh, great. Last time I was there, as I remember, I got stabbed at, shot at, and beaten up in that order.
Well, maybe you'll be lucky enough to change the order of events around a little this time.
Oh, swell.
You'll probably need to take a large rubber ball and a dead fish with you.
Let's have that again.
You're to contact a character named Lefty over there.
So what's a rubber ball and a dead fish got to do with it?
Lefty is a trained SEAL.
You know, for a minute I thought you said a trained SEAL.
That's just what I did say. More particularly, you're to talk to his owner, a vaudeville entertainer named Sam.
Now, just a minute, Commissioner. I'm a pretty patient guy. You send me to a lot of strange places to do a lot of strange things. But if you think I'm going to fly clear to Turkey to audition a trained SEAL act, you'd...
Why, Steve, I thought you always fancied yourself as a sort of talent scout.
Well, in certain fields, maybe, but trained SEALs yet.
All kidding aside, Steve, we're up against a tough proposition.
You mean the SEAL wants more dough for his act?
I mean, there's been a very clever spy ring operating throughout the Middle East. Its entire operation seems to depend on one person. Quite a bit of confidential information from this country seems to have been transmitted by this ring. That's why it's vital to us that it be smashed, that the ringleader be caught.
Well, what's all this got to do with a SEAL? Don't tell me you think that
I'm
he's
coming
the
to that. Steve, as you probably heard, Yusuf Tokat, head of Turkish intelligence, was murdered the night before last. There was a bomb rigged in his car. When he stepped on the starter, he was blown up.
I see. You think Tokat was on the trail of the head of this man, this spy ring fella?
Definitely.
But where do the trained SEAL and his owner figure in the deal?
That's for you to find out. All we know is that they're apparently involved in some way.
Well, that's a nice handful of nothing to go on.
You'll work with Lieutenant Balik of the Istanbul police, Steve. Now get over there. Talk to Balik. Talk to the SEAL's owner. Talk to the SEAL if you have to. But find out who that spy ringleader is and grab him. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
NBC is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just talk to a trained SEAL named Lefty and find out who's heading a spy ring in the Middle East. Yeah, real cinch. Well, it's Thursday when I get to Istanbul, and I head for Lieutenant Balik's office.
It is a pleasure to welcome you, Mr. Mitchell. I hope you will be able to help us get to the bottom of this mystifying affair.
Well, I'll give it the old school try, Lieutenant.
First, I would like you to meet Dalmud.
I am honored, Mr. Mitchell.
Dalmud?
Dalmud is Tokat's assistant. I arranged for him to be here to give you such information as he possesses.
I see. Now, as I understand it, Dalmud, your boss, Yusuf Tokat, was head of intelligence here and was on the trail of the leader of this spy ring that's been operating throughout the Middle East?
That is correct. It is our theory, of course, that he was getting close to this person and was blown up in his automobile for that reason.
Yeah. Did he give you any indication as to who he thought he was after?
Not much. Tokat was a very brilliant agent, but very close-mouthed. He preferred to operate alone. He did mention to me that he was not sure whether this person was a man or woman, but that is all he said.
which unfortunately does not give us much to go on.
No, it sure doesn't, Lieutenant Balik. Look, Dalmud, how about Tokat's files? Did you find anything there that might give us a lead?
Unfortunately, no. In his confidential files is a folder pertaining to the investigation he was undertaking at the time of his murder. But it is just general information. One sheet of paper had been torn out, however.
Probably the sheet that pegs the killer. Well, looks like we're getting nowhere fast. Incidentally, can either of you tell me how this guy Sam and his trained SEAL figure in this deal?
We know only that Tokat's car was parked 3 blocks from the theater where the trained SEAL performs, and that Tokat is supposed to have attended the performance the night of his murder.
So what? That isn't much of a tie-in.
But since the murder, Mitchell, there have been several attempts on the life of this Sam, the SEAL's trainer.
Oh, well, maybe that throws a new light on things. Where do I find this guy Sam?
He has an apartment not far from here. Simply show this pass to the guard, and he will admit you.
Oh, okay, thanks. I'll check with you later, gentlemen. Outside Sam's apartment house, there's a rugged-looking guard who lets me by after looking at my pass. I knock on Sam's door, and after a long pause, it's opened by a little withered-up-looking gent with a towel on one arm.
So, what's the deal, Jack?
You Sam?
Sam it is. What's yours, Jack?
Steve Mitchell from the States. Here's my credentials.
Oh, yeah, they told me you were coming. Come on in, Jack.
Steve.
Sure, Jack.
Go ahead. Finish washing up. We can talk later.
Washing up?
Yeah, your arms. They're all wet.
I'm giving Lefty a bath, Jack.
Steve. Oh, you mean that SEAL?
Sure. Come on, we can talk while I'm finishing up.
Okay.
Here's Lefty. Ain't he a beaut?
Brother, in the bathtub yet.
Where else, Jack?
Steve. You really take good care of him, don't you?
He's my bread and butter, Steve.
Jack, I mean... Oh, skip it.
This is Steve, Lefty.
Not impressed.
Don't worry about that. Lefty's always suspicious of strangers at first.
Well, maybe I should show him my credentials.
You know, Jack, I'm worried about Lefty.
What do you mean?
Well, he hasn't been himself the last few days. Acts real depressed. I wonder if he could have eaten something that didn't agree with him. Oh, now, easy, Lefty, easy. I gotta get the little flipper whippers clean.
Look. Now, right now, I'm more interested in what you know about Tokat's murder than I am in Lefty's diet.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's a funny thing about that. Nah, come to think of it, it ain't funny. I'm scared. At first, I don't think there's any connection. But about the time of the second attempt...
Wait a minute. Let's start at the beginning, huh?
Okay. You see, Jack, I'm playing at the theater just down the street. They got an English language movie there, a newsreel, then a couple of vaudeville acts, 2 baggy pants comics, a dancer, and Lefty and me.
And according to your story, Yosef Tokat was in the theater the night that he was murdered?
Oh, he sure was.
How do you know?
Because that night, Lefty got depressed. And when he gets depressed, I got to cut his act short. So I fill in the time by going down into the audience and giving them a few magic tricks. You know, pulling pigeons out of their hats, picking their pockets, stuff like that.
Go on.
Well, so I pick out this one guy in the audience, and it turns out to be this Yosef Tokat who gets himself killed a few minutes later.
You sure it was Tokat?
Well, sure, I'm sure. I got to look at his name on his wallet. And if that ain't enough, the next night I spot him in the newsreel. Then I hear the guy got himself knocked off. And then, Jack, then things start happening to yours truly.
What sort of things?
Well, first it's a sandbag falling on me backstage. Then some joker throws a shot at me from an alley.
Wait a minute. You say you pulled Tokat's wallet out of his pocket. Could you have taken anything else with it?
I don't get you, Jack.
A piece of paper, maybe. Or could Tokat have slipped you the paper without your knowing about it?
Well, I don't see how. Hey, what are you getting at?
There's a very important piece of paper missing from Tokat's confidential files and could contain information about his killer. And if you had it without knowing about it, it could explain why the killer might be after you.
Nah, it don't boil, Jack. I empty my pockets every night. There was nothing in them after the performance the night Tokat was there.
Incidentally, does Lefty here stay on the stage while you're doing your act?
You see how he knows his name?
Sensational.
Oh, he's a doll. Nah, he follows me through the audience. The people get a charge out of petting him.
I see. Well, I guess all of this leaves me just about where I was before.
Oh, I'm sorry I can't be any more help, Jack. But I hope you'll get this guy off my neck, whoever he is.
Yeah. Well, see you later, Jack.
Sam.
go back outside, nod to the guard who's standing over in the shadows, and get into my car. So far, what I've got is a big hunk of nothing. About a block away from Sam's apartment house, it starts raining, so I reach into the back seat for my trench coat. But what my hand hits isn't a trench coat. It's a body. I jam my foot on the brake. Turn my flashlight into the back seat. It's the body of the guard who was on duty when I went into the apartment. Then it hits me. I didn't get a good look at the guy in the shadows when I came out. Now I know he wasn't the guard at all. He's the killer. I head back to the apartment in a hurry. The door's unlocked. Lefty's honking frantically, and Sam's on the floor with a cloth capped over his face. As I bend over him, I get a strong whiff of a sick, sweet smell. Chloroform. Sam. Sam! Come out of it, Sam. Come on, Sam.
Oh, hiya, Jack.
Yeah, Jack. What happened?
You tell me. Right after you left, I hear a knock on the door. I think maybe you've forgotten something. So I open the door and I get belted right between the eyes.
You didn't see who hit you?
Oh, I was too busy gazing at all those stars. Oh, brother, it was sure convenient you came back when you did.
Yeah, it sure was, Sam.
Look, Jack, would you mind taking me and Lefty to the theater? My act is on in about an hour.
You sure you feel like going on?
Yeah, I'm still a little groggy, but I'll be okay.
You're pretty quick on the recovery, aren't you, Sam?
Sure. That's me, Jack. Snap right back into shape.
Okay. I'll call Lieutenant Bollock and tell him what happened, and then I'll take you over to the theater. Bollock meets us at the theater, and he and I stay to watch the show. In case there's another attempt on Sam's life, we sit through the feature, and then comes the newsreel Sam told us about. It's a shot of some Turkish army maneuvers.
The importance of these maneuvers is borne out by the presence of the officials who are witnessing them. Government agent Yusuf Tokat, his assistant Dalmud, General Abura.
That's how Sam knew Tokat was in here the night of his murder, Bollock. He saw his name on his wallet, and then he spotted him in this newsreel shot the next night.
Yes, see, there's Tokat standing by the tank.
After the newsreel comes the stage show. We watch Sam and Lefty go through their act. Lefty's still depressed, so Sam has to fill in by pulling pigeons out of people's pockets. Bollock and I are on the edge of the seats waiting for something to happen, but nothing does. Sam finishes his act, and the feature starts. Bollock and I head backstage for Sam's dressing room.
Yes?
Oh. Well, looks like we got the wrong dressing room. I'm looking for Sam.
This is his dressing room. Come on in.
Thanks.
Sam's in the next room trying to get Lefty to take a nap or something.
I don't think I've had the pleasure.
Doris.
Steve Mitchell, Doris, and this is Lieutenant Bollock.
I am honored.
Hi, Lieutenant.
You're a friend of Sam's?
I've been working for him the last few days.
Oh?
Sort of helping him run his act. Taking care of Lefty, stuff like that.
You say you've only been with him a few days?
Yeah, I'm a dancer out of a job. Gotta make a living some way, you know.
A dancer? Ballet, perhaps?
Not exactly. On the late show the other night, I threw my sacroiliac out of joint. Maybe that'll give you a clue.
I see.
Oh, hiya, fellas.
Good evening. We would like a few words with you.
Sure thing, Jack.
Bollock.
It won't do you any good, Bollock. Skip it.
Let's go out in the hall to talk, though. I finally got Lefty to sleep. Hey, stay with Lefty, huh, Doris?
Sure.
Well, nothing happened during the act tonight.
So we noticed.
Oh, I'm glad you guys were there. I was really jumpy.
You saw no one in the audience looking at you in such a way as to arouse your suspicions, Sam?
Well, a couple of them aroused my suspicions, but they might be critics. You can't please everybody, I guess.
Just one thing more. This girl, Doris.
Oh, not bad, huh?
No, not bad. Well, how long have you known her?
Oh, I seen her knocking around in this neck of the woods for quite a while.
But she only came to work for you a few nights ago, is that right?
Mm-hmm. She lost her job.
So she told us. One bump too many.
Well, so I knew she was down and out, and they put her to work for me. Let's see, it was the night before Tokat was bumped off, I think it was.
Okay, that's all, Sam. I'll pick you up after the late show and take you back to your apartment.
Hey, some service, huh? A personal bodyguard yet. See you later, Jax.
Brother, this deal is making less sense by the moment.
I'm afraid you are right.
Why would Tokat's killer be trying to knock off Sam unless Sam had something incriminating in his possession?
You are thinking of the missing piece of paper from Tokat's confidential file.
Yeah. That's the only way it makes sense, Lieutenant, but Sam swears up and down he doesn't have anything like that.
Mitchell, you seem quite interested in this girl, Doris. Not that I blame you, but I don't see...
Remember when I first arrived here in Istanbul, we were talking in your office with Dalmat? Tokat's assistant?
Of course. Dalmud told us that Tokat had mentioned he was not sure whether this person he was after was a man or a woman.
That's right.
You think perhaps that...
It's just a thought, Lieutenant, and right now it's about the only one I have. In fact, I'm running out of leads. How about you?
I have only one left, and Dalmud is investigating it right now.
What do you mean?
He is searching Tokat's house in the hope that he might find that piece of paper somewhere.
Well, sounds like a pretty slim chance, but any chance is welcome right now. Come on, let's go on over.
Tell me, have you been able to find anything, Dalmud?
Oh, not a thing, Lieutenant. I have turned this house upside down. I have slit every cushion, pulled up every rug, tapped all woodwork. That piece of paper is not here.
Great. That just about does it.
Without it, what can we do?
Well, right now, I'm afraid I don't have an answer to that question, Dalmut. I'm beat. I go back to the theater, pick up Sam and Lefty, and take them to Sam's apartment. Sam fixes up a bed for me on the couch, and we all turn in. Try letting a depressed seal with indigestion sing you to sleep sometime. Oh, it's great. But I finally manage to doze off, and then...
Mitchell! Wait! Mitchell!
Sam's shout brings me out of it fast. I jump off the couch and pull open his bedroom door. The lights are off, but I spot a glint of metal near the window. A gun. I take a dive just in time. But on my way down, my head crashes into the corner of the dresser. And that puts me to sleep fast.
Mitchell. Steve. Hey, Jack.
Oh.
Atta boy, Jack. Atta boy.
Sam.
Yeah. Oh, brother, you really collected yourself a lump on the head.
Yeah, right now I'm not sure which is my head and which is the lump. Hey, what happened?
Well, I'm just dozing off when I hear someone easing my window open. So I sit up. There's a guy crawling in with a gun. I give a yell. He whirls and starts out the window just as you come charging in. So he throws a shot at you and beats it.
Did you get any kind of a good look at him, Sam?
Yeah. It was pretty dark, but there was enough moonlight coming in the window so I could spot his face.
So you'd recognize him if you ever saw him again?
Jack, I've already seen that guy before.
What?
Look, remember this Yosef Tokat?
Sure, the guy who got murdered. Why?
Guess again, Jack.
What do you mean?
The guy who came in the window. That was Yosef Tokat.
Mitchell, I tell you this cannot be. Yusuf Tokat is dead.
Look, all I'm telling you is what Sam told me a few minutes ago in his apartment, Lieutenant.
But it is impossible. Tokat's car was completely demolished by that bomb. Apparently, when he stepped on the starter.
Well, how about the body in the car? You positive it was Tokat?
We have no reason to believe otherwise. The signet ring on one finger was identified as that of Tokat. Also the wristwatch. Of course, the clothes and the papers were burned when the car exploded, but...
And there wasn't enough left of the body to make a complete and positive identification, right?
Well,
That's what I thought.
But, Mitchell, this whole thing is preposterous. If Tokat is alive, whose body was in the car?
There you've got me.
And above all, if Tokat is alive, why is he in hiding?
Dalmut told us that Tokat liked to operate alone and undercover. Maybe he figured he'd have a better chance to nab the leader of the spy ring that way. Look, let's suppose for a moment that Tokat is alive and try to reconstruct what might have happened that night.
The night he was supposedly murdered.
Yeah, let's say that for some unknown reason, Tokat wanted to make it look like he was dead. He plants a body in his car with a time bomb, then slips into a darkened theater to get out of sight for the time being. But he's trapped by the stage show. He can't get up and walk out with all the lights on. Then Sam comes down into the audience and lifts his wallet, and then...
Then what?
I don't know. It doesn't seem to track quite right.
Indeed, it does not. It leaves too many questions unanswered. Whose body was in that car? And why is Tokat trying to kill Sam?
Wait a minute. There's one possible answer. I'll admit it's fantastic, but this whole deal's fantastic.
Well, what is the answer?
Look, we know Tokat was trying to get the leader of a spy ring. Now, why would he be going after Sam?
Mitchell, that means that...
That means that I'm going back and have a little talk with our friend Sam right now.
Oh, Mitchell. Come on in. Oh, I'm glad you're back, Jack. I was getting a little jittery.
Were you?
Well, sure. You think I like this routine of nearly getting killed 3 times?
Yeah. Nearly getting killed is right. But it never seems quite to happen, does it, Sam?
Hey, what's the pitch? What are you getting at?
You've been in vaudeville quite a while, haven't you?
Longer than I can keep track of anymore.
You've probably done a little acting in your time, too.
Well, sure. Until I met Lefty.
Yeah. But maybe you've been doing some pretty convincing acting in this deal, Sam.
Acting?
Acting scared. Acting like somebody's been trying to kill you.
Acting like somebody's trying to kill me, he says. Jack, have you blown your cork?
You told me somebody tried to bean you with a sandbag backstage the other night. Anybody see it happen?
Nobody else was around.
And you said somebody threw a shot at you from an alley. Anybody else witnessed that?
Well, I don't think so. Now, look,
And
Jack...
tonight you said Joseph Ducat crawled into your bedroom window trying to kill you. But you were the only one that saw him.
He took a shot at you, remember?
Somebody took a shot at me. I'm beginning to wonder if it was you.
Me? Look, Jack, I'll tell you what. You've been working pretty hard lately. Now, why don't you just sit down on that couch and take it easy? And I'll show you a new trick I worked on for my act.
You could have killed Ducat with a time bomb.
Oh, sure. He didn't like my act, so I killed him. Look, Jack, I don't know what kind of a kick you're on with this thing, but if I've killed this character, Ducat, would I be pretending he's alive and after me? I wouldn't want to be linked to him at all, would I?
I was afraid that point would pop up sooner or later, Sam. Now, I guess it doesn't add up that way.
You just been thinking too hard. Come on, Jack, let me show you my new trick. It'll take your mind off things. You see, I got a little red ball and a little white ball.
Look, I'm in no mood for tricks, Sam.
But it only takes a second, and it's a good one. Since Lefty's been depressed, I got to keep coming up with new tricks to fill out the act. So I want to try this one on you.
Wait a minute.
What now?
Sam, if you are in the clear, that means you still must have some piece of incriminating evidence.
Oh, no. Now we're back on that piece of paper routine.
Yeah.
For the last time, Jack, I don't have it.
I don't mean you. I mean your seal.
Lefty?
You say he follows you through the audience. You also told me that he's been acting like he ate something and didn't agree with him. Where is he?
Well, he's asleep in the next... Oh, no.
Now, look. Somebody could have slipped that paper to him.
Well, you look. I'm a member in good stand of the Anti-Vivisection League. You go cutting into Lefty's dead body, and it's going to be over mine of the same name.
Yeah, but there's a chance that if maybe...
Oh, are you kidding? If somebody did feed that paper to Lefty, it happened 4 days ago.
Yeah. You're right. All of which leaves me just where I was before. Nowhere. Brother, what a headache. And things used to be so peaceful in the Navy.
All right, now, you ready?
Ready?
The trick.
Huh? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Now, what color ball am I holding in my left hand?
Red.
And in my right hand?
White.
A red ball and a white ball, right? Now, I mix them around a little, then I take one of them in my fingers. Which one is it?
Red.
I put it under this hat. There.
Some trick.
Wait till you see the snapper. Now, which ball does that leave me here in my fist?
White.
So I slip this one into your pocket. There. Now, where's the red ball?
Under the hat.
And the white one?
In my pocket.
Lift up the hat.
Yeah? Okay. The white ball.
Now pull the other one out of your pocket.
Yeah. Red.
It's pretty neat, eh? The red ball travels from the hat to your pocket and the white ball vice versa.
Yeah, pretty neat. Well, I guess I'll be getting along.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I haven't told you how to do it.
Okay, so how do you do it?
Well, you thought you were looking at the red ball when I slipped it under the hat, but you weren't. That was just a little cellophane shield that made it look red. Actually, it was the white ball. I palmed the red cellophane when I slipped the ball under the hat. Then, when I put the other ball in your pocket, you didn't even look at it. You were sure it was white because you thought you seen me put the red one under the hat.
Okay, so now I know how to do it. I'll be a while with it back in the States. Well, I'll see you later, Sam. And give my very best to Lefty. Hey.
What's the matter?
Just a minute. Let's go over that trick again.
I know it. It grows on you,
It sure does. Now, as I get it, you look at the white ball and think it's red, but it's really only a piece of red cellophane over it.
That's right.
Then you don't pay any attention to the real red ball because you're convinced you've already seen it.
Hey, you got it down perfect.
Sam, you just showed me something.
Well, sure, my new trick.
You showed me a lot more than that, a lot more than you realize. Come on.
Wait, where to?
Get a babysitter for Lefty. You and I are going to theater. I get the manager out of bed and make him open up the theater for us. Then I have him run the newsreel. I plunked Sam down in the seat to watch it. Pretty soon comes the shot of the Army maneuvers.
The importance of these maneuvers is borne out by the presence of the officials who are witnessing them. Government agent Yusuf Tokat, his assistant Dalmud, General Abura.
That's it. Stop the projector.
Military.
Now, that's the shot in which you picked out Tokat the night after you lifted his wallet here in the theater, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, take a good look at that picture and point out Tokat to me.
Hey, that's him right there.
Where?
The guy sitting in the Jeep.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Come on.
Well, say, what is this anyway? A cook's tool?
Yeah.
Well, where are we going now?
Down to police headquarters. Come on, get in.
Oh, look, Jack, if you're still trying to involve me in this setup,
Don't worry about that, Sam. They may pin a medal on you.
A medal?
Sure. You just solved the case with that red ball, white ball trick of yours.
I still don't get it.
That doesn't matter. I get it. And I'm sure Lieutenant Balik will get it, too, when I tell him.
You will never tell him, Mitchell.
What?
Mitchell, a guy in the back seat with a gun. Hey, it's Tokat.
Oh, not Tokat, Sam. It's Dalmud, Tokat's assistant.
Keep driving straight ahead, Mitchell. Remember, this gun is pointed at the back of your head.
Okay, Dalmud. Where to?
Out of the city. You can guess the rest.
But I tell you, this is the guy who tried to kill me earlier tonight.
That's right.
And he's the guy I saw in the newsreel after he's been in the theater.
Sure, that's the point, Sam. Dalmud killed Tokat, planted his body in the car with a time bomb, and then took his wallet and slipped into the theater to get out of sight. He figured that in that wallet might be the slip of paper which put the finger on him as the head of the spy ring. Right, Dalmud?
It's a pity you did not solve the case until too late, is it not?
So when you pulled Tokat's wallet out of Dalmud's pocket, you naturally figured Dalmud was Tokat. Then, the next night, in the newsreel, you spot the guy who was in the theater sitting in a Jeep, and again, you naturally figure it's Tokat, but instead it was Dalmud here.
Jack, you figured that out from the trick I showed you?
Sure. Tokat's wallet was just like the red cellophane that makes the white ball look red. It made you think Dalmud was Tokat.
But let me assure you that your sleight of hand will do you no good now.
Well, sleight of hand's a funny thing, Dalmud. Sometimes the hand's quicker than the eye, and sometimes even quicker than the hand is the foot. Off balance, sir. You can't aim when you're draped over the front seat.
Let go, they got.
Sure, right now.
What? Oh, Jack, that's what you call a clip.
Well, I guess it'll keep him on ice until we get him to police headquarters.
You know, this all goes to show you how smart Lefty is.
You mean that seal of yours?
Well, sure. He's the guy who pulled off this whole deal.
Oh, really? Well, just how do you figure that?
Well, if Lefty hadn't gotten depressed, I wouldn't have thought up that new trick. And if I hadn't thought up that new trick, you wouldn't have tumbled into the deal. You see how easy it figures?
Okay. So I suppose Lefty and I should trade jobs.
Oh, now, Jack, that would never work.
Oh, well, thanks for giving me a little credit.
No. What I mean is, you could never learn to balance a rubber ball on your nose.
The NBC chimes will be ringing soon for the return of the irrepressible Bob Hope. Hope returns Tuesday, October 3rd, with more laughs and timely satire in his inimitable manner. Wednesday evening chime listening includes that master of the ad-lib and clever quip with rapid talk and that international walk, Groucho Marx. Groucho begins his hilarious quiz game, You Bet Your Life, on Wednesday, October 4th, 2 weeks from tonight. Remember, Bob Hope, October 3rd, Groucho Marx, October 4th. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot, with music composed and conducted by Basil Adlam, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there. I'm Diamond. What have you got any idea how much trouble a private detective can get into sometimes? Well, if you happen to have an office at Broadway and 53rd Street and the sign painted on your door reads Diamond Detective Agency, you're a setup for more trouble than a guy who goes bear hunting with a switch. I know, because I've got that office and the sign painted on the door. Sure, I've got a lot of idle time, and I use it up sitting around with my feet on the desk, waiting. But idle time can be as dangerous as a rattlesnake taking a sunbath. It's just a preliminary, the lull before the storm. You might wait an hour, a day, or maybe even a week. The quiet minutes keep multiplying, and sooner or later, things come to a head. Like one day last week. I'd been working on an extra long lull that didn't look like it was going anywhere. But in another part of town, a union meeting was taking place. It was going to keep me jumping around like a hungry flea at a dog show.
I wanted to talk to you men. It's time that we did something. The Laborers' Assistance League is already functioning in a great number of factories in this city. And it's getting a stronger foothold all across the country. It continues to expand and gain power because it operates best where there's growing unrest and discontent within the factories. Now, they cause trouble and make it look like the union's not doing a good job for the worker. I know for a fact that 4 or 5 men can sit in on a union meeting and cause enough trouble to make it look like the whole union is wrong. Now, this union is getting along fine.
He's really out to make trouble tonight.
Yeah, if he keeps it up, this is going to be a tough union to crack.
He won't keep it up. We're going to take care of him.
Oh, what good will that do? His brother Phil will be in from California next week.
We can shut his brother up, too. Are you sure he planned this thing with his brother?
Yeah. When he gets in from California, he's bringing enough information to put us out of business.
Well, that just gives us a week. He's talked too long. Let's break this meeting up.
Is doing just that.
Yeah? How do we know you're not talking through your hat?
Well, now, look, you all know me. I gripe as much as the next guy. But I know for a fact that this league is not only working like that all over the country, but now it's beginning to move in on our factories and our unions.
Yeah, but how do we know it's such a bad thing?
They're a bunch of racketeers. And if you don't believe me, you come to this meeting next week, and I'll give you the proof you want. I don't know.
Well, I guess you're right. He promised them proof in a week, and that's what his brother gets in.
Don't worry about it. When he gets the package, he won't be able to give anybody anything.
Tom, bring in the rest of the dinner dishes, will you?
Oh, sure, honey.
Here, Mama, let me wash them. You talk to Tom for a minute. He's going to another meeting tonight.
Oh, meetings. Always meetings. Oh, Tom, you're working too hard.
Don't worry, Mama. Phil will be home tomorrow. You got me.
Oh, this is not a good business, Tom. The phone call, the threats. Come on, Tom. Tell Mama.
No, I can't, Mama. It'll all be over soon. Now, come on. We'll help Marge.
I told you to go sit down and relax.
You sound like I was getting to be an old lady. You take the dish towel, and we'll both do them, huh?
Yeah, honey.
Your wife thinks I'm getting too old to wash dishes. Just you wait until she has a daughter-in-law.
I think Mama's hinting.
Mama, shame on you. You give us the time to get the son first, then there's plenty of time for a daughter-in-law.
Well, I had you and Phil by the time I was 18. Marge is 22, and you've been married over a year now.
Mama, if you're so set on me raising a family, why don't you talk it over with Marge? Maybe you two can think up something.
We'll let you know.
Oh, you do that, will you?
You better hurry up, Tom. You'll be late for the meeting.
All right, Mama. Oh, I'll get it.
No. no, you say goodbye to your lovely wife.
Why, thank you, Mama.
You know, before your father died, I only had time to raise 2 screaming roughnecks. But now I plan to be the grandmother of at least 5 more.
How about it, honey? Think we ought to make Mama happy?
This is a conspiracy. Who do you think's going to get left with all the work?
Maybe just 3 then, huh?
Silly. I love big families.
Oh, I thought so. Smooching when you ought to be on your way to the meeting.
Can't a guy even smooch with his own wife?
Who was at the door, Mama?
Oh, the mailman. He left our special delivery package for you, Tom. It's in the living room.
For me?
Yeah. Must be from Philip. It's from California.
Oh, he must be sending some stuff on ahead. Well, why don't you open it, Mama? Maybe it's something for you, too.
Oh, the women have dishes to wash. It's addressed to you. If you don't want to open it now, so leave it till tomorrow. Now, go on. Get out of my kitchen.
You know
go.
you're sounding more like a mother-in-law every day.
Oh.
Okay, I'll open it. You know, maybe it'd make you happier if you knew that Marge and I decided on 5 kids.
Children are not kids. Kids are goats.
Well, you never know.
Tom, John Wagner called you earlier.
Wagner? What do you want?
He didn't say. Who's the package from?
Oh, that's from Phil, all right. I know it's a surprise because he sent it to me at the shop first, and then they sent it on here. Wonder why I didn't get it at the shop.
Well, what is it?
Just a second, Mama. Wrapped up pretty tight. Oh, it's sure heavy.
Diamond Detective Agency, murder solved cheap. We eliminate the middleman.
Oh, by George, that was a good one.
Is this Lieutenant Levinson, the homicide kingpin?
Yeah. Rick, get down here, will you?
What's up, lover?
Something pretty nasty.
Well, tell Otis to stop leaving his bubble gum under the seats.
No kidding, Rick. This is something that you ought to know about.
Well, stop sounding like an auctioneer at a mortuary and tell me what it is.
You know the Waxmans?
Mama Waxman?
Yeah.
Sure, I had dinner over there last week. Took Helen. What's happened, Walt?
Last night, someone sent Tom Waxman a box with a bomb in it.
What?
I knew you were a friend of the family, and I've got to talk with you. Come down here, will you?
You know it. I closed the office and grabbed a cab for Walt's precinct. All the way over, I kept thinking about Mama Waxman and her 2 sons. I'd known the whole family when I used to be on the force. Tom, who used to sing first tenor at the synagogue, had gotten hit in the throat with a baseball. Cantor Weinberg asked me to take over for him, so I sang that day in Tom's place. Mama Waxman heard me and asked me over later for the best dinner I'd ever eaten. We've been friends ever since. The cab dropped me off at the station, and I went in fast. Sergeant Otis was sitting at his desk reading the Police Gazette. Hello, Otis. Stop panting. They're just pictures.
Oh, it's the comic gumshoe. Go on in, Diamond. The lieutenant expects you.
Well, thanks, Sergeant. Oh, by the way, when are you going to get a haircut? You're beginning to look like Rasputin with a Tony. Hello, Walt.
Sit down. I got a real headache.
How much damage did the bomb do?
Plenty. Killed Tom and put his wife and mother in the hospital. Mama Waxman's pretty bad.
Oh, that's awful. Any line on the killer?
Yeah, that's why I got this headache. We're, holding Phil Waxman, Tom's brother.
Holding Phil? Are you crazy? Those 2 kids were inseparable.
Tom's wife said that the box the bomb came in was from Phil. She heard Tom say so before he opened it.
Well, she could have been mistaken. Someone could have copied Phil's handwriting. The story's got more holes in it than a fishnet.
The package was sent from California, Rick. That's where Phil was. He got in this morning, and we picked him up at the train.
What does he say?
I thought at first he was going to say plenty, but then some guy comes in and says that he's his lawyer. After the guy left, Phil shut up like a clam.
He denies the crime, doesn't he?
Oh, sure, but that's all. Can't get anything else out of him.
Who was this guy who claimed to be his lawyer?
I got it right here. Name is John Wagner.
You check on him?
Yeah, he's a lawyer, all right, but we can't find an address on him. Moved his offices about 3 weeks ago.
Can I talk to Phil?
Won't do you any good. But if you want to, have Otis take you over to the tombs.
I won't have to hold Otis's hand, will I?
Oh, go on. Get out of here.
There's somebody to see you, Waxman. All right, Diamond, you got 5 minutes.
How are you going to keep track, Otis?
On my fingers.
Well, that'll only get you up to 13. I'll scream if I need you. How are you, Phil? You're in on a tough rap.
Yeah.
You want to tell me about it?
I've told the police everything I'm going to.
Who was the lawyer who came in to see you?
Just the lawyer.
John Wagner?
Just a lawyer.
Look, what were you doing in California? Now, Phil, I know you didn't send that bomb. Why don't you open up and get yourself free?
I've said all I'm going to say. Now get out of here, Diamond.
Oh, it's like that, huh?
Yeah, it's like that.
Oh, come on.
Go on, get out.
Okay. But don't forget your mother. You don't want to let her down. I'm going over to the hospital and see her now. Hey, Otis, let me out of here. Hello, Mama.
What? Who? Oh, Richard. How's my big policeman?
Fine, Mama.
Did you know that one of my wonderful sons is dead? Did you know that, Richard?
Yes, Mama. Now, you take it easy, or the doctor won't let me stay.
They killed my Tom because what he said was the truth. And that's why they are bad. Because they don't let people tell the truth.
Who, Mama?
My boy Phil knows. He will tell everything about them, and then they will be arrested.
Sure, Mama, but who does Phil know about? I just saw him, and he won't tell me. Mama.
I feel so sleepy. I'm tired.
Mama.
You'll have to leave now, Mr. Diamond.
Is she asleep, nurse?
Yes, we gave her an injection before you got here.
Oh. Well, then may I see Mrs. Tom Waxman?
For a minute, yes. She's in this next room. She isn't as serious as Mrs. Waxman, but she has to rest. I'll give you a minute with her.
Marge?
Yes. Who is it? Rick. Oh.
Oh, now, come on. You got to help me out. I'm the guy that's supposed to make people laugh. I'm the cornball with the bad line of chatter, remember?
Can't help it. Sorry, they gave me something to make me sleep, and things don't make too much sense.
Look, dear, I want to help Mama, and I want to help you, too. But the nurse will only let me stay a minute. The police are holding Phil. I just came from seeing him.
Did he tell you anything?
Nothing.
I made a mistake and told the police that the bomb had arrived in a package from Phil. I didn't think... They can't believe Phil would ever do a thing like that. He was helping Tom.
Mama said Phil knows who did it.
He doesn't know. He just knows who's behind it. I'm pretty sure I know, too.
Who, Marge?
Tom's been making speeches against an organization that call themselves the Laborers Assistance League.
I've heard of them. King-size bunco game.
Yeah. Phil's been in California. He joined the league and found out a lot of things about it. He used to write Tom once a week.
Your time's up, Mr. Diamond. You'll have to leave.
Just a second. Marge, did Tom tell anybody what his brother was doing?
I don't know. There was a man named John Wagner that called Tom all the time.
John Wagner? He's a lawyer.
Please, Mr. Diamond.
Did he tell any of the men who work in the shop with him?
Yes, I think so.
Mr. Diamond, I'll have to call the doctor.
Please, nurse. This may mean another man's life. Marge, who did he tell?
Well, I can only remember one person. Ralph Pryor.
Pryor.
Mama used to fix Tom and Ralph dinner after work sometimes, but he was Tom's closest friend.
Okay, Marge. Now, you take it easy, and I'll see what I can do.
Please, Rick, find the men who did this.
Yes. Well, I'll try. All right, nurse.
Shouldn't have let you stay this long.
What would I have to do to get you to take care of me?
Have an accident.
Well, I'll see what I can come up with. Bye. I left the hospital and walked out on the street. One of those sidewalk photographers snapped my picture and handed me a card in case I wanted to send him 2 bits for the print. I threw the card away and headed for the factory where Tom had been working. The superintendent took me down and introduced me to the new foreman of the shop.
Yeah, pretty rough about Tom.
That's an understatement. Tell me, when did you take over Tom's job as foreman?
This morning.
How long have you worked for this shop?
About 3 years. Why, are you a cop?
I might be. You know a guy named Ralph Pryor?
Sure, that's him, right over there about that there turtle. Want me to call him over?
No, I think I can make it under my own power. Hey, you Ralph Pryor?
Yeah.
You knew Tom Waxman pretty well, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, don't cry on the machinery. It'll rust.
Who are you? What do you want?
Name's Diamond. Let's say I'm a friend of the family.
Well, good for you. What are you snooping for?
I've got an erector set. I just love machinery.
Well, don't get too close to this machine or it'll take your arm off.
As long as it's not the one I count my money with. How long have you worked here?
None of your business.
Where were you during the war?
Same answer.
Well, thanks, Mr. Pryor. You've been grand. Hey, Foreman.
Yeah. Did you talk to Pryor?
He's the quiet type. Say, how does the mail come in here?
From the mail room.
Ask a silly question. No, I mean, who brings it in?
No special one. Foreman usually sends someone after it.
Do you remember a package coming here for Tom yesterday or the day before?
No, if there'd been one, Tom would have seen it. He was the foreman then.
Where can I find the mail room?
Up the hall to head the stairs.
Thanks.
Sure is too bad about Tom.
You said that. Say, didn't I know you all back in Little Rock, Arkansas?
No, I'm from Malvern.
I just thought I'd ask. I went up and talked to the mailroom clerk, and he was a little more help. There had been a package for Tom. He told me that he'd sent it down along with some other mail, but he couldn't remember who'd picked it up. I was beginning to get warm, and I knew it. So I slipped into a phone booth and put in a fast call to Lieutenant Levinson.
Homicide, Sergeant Otis.
Otis, let me talk to the lieutenant.
Oh, it's you, Diamond. Why don't you stop playing like a detective?
Why don't you buy the lieutenant a necktie for his birthday, a fuzzy green one?
You think he'd like that?
Sure, and if the clerk hasn't ever seen a fuzzy green one before, just show him your tongue. Now put the lieutenant on.
Lieutenant Levinson.
What? Did you find out anything about that bomb?
Oh, yeah, Rick. It was dynamite, highest grade. But I don't see how it could come all the way from California through the mails without the caps blowing the whole thing up.
Neither do I. Do me a favor, will you? Pick up a Ralph Pryor. He works at the same shop that Tom Waxman did.
What can I hold him on?
Just pick him up for questioning. Since when do you need an excuse?
Now, you wait a minute. If you know something about that
I've
case,
just got a hunch. Pick the guy up, and I'll be down in a little while and tell you all about it. I hung up on Walt just as he was getting around to the words you could censor and headed back to the factory. I waited around outside for about 10 minutes, and then, sure enough, a prowl car pulled up, and two boys in blue got out and went in. In a couple of minutes, they came back outside, only this time they had company. Ralph Pryor. I waited until they had pulled away, then I hailed a cab and headed for the 5th Precinct myself.
Where have you been?
Snooping, Walt. I just saw your boys pick up Pryor at the factory. Thanks.
Now, would you kindly tell me what you wanted him picked up for?
Oh, it's a long shot, Walt. I found out he knew what Tom's brother was doing in California.
What was he doing?
Getting some information on a racket that's been trying to muscle in on Tom's local union.
In California?
Yeah, they're operating all over the country. You've heard of them. Labor's Assistance League.
Oh, those leeches. Well, I still don't see what this has got to do with Pryor.
Walt, I think that bomb was sent from the factory here in New York. I found out a little while ago that in order to get hold of that package, the killer would have to be working in Tom's shop.
You think Pryor did it?
I'll tell you better when I see if anyone comes down to get him out.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, what are we going to do? Sit here and look at each other?
Well, that's a pretty ghastly thought.
How about a fast game of canasta?
Oh, you know it's a lousy two-handed game.
Well, I'm just trying to help.
We could play jacks, but twosies throw me.
Yeah, what is it, Otis?
The lawyer, John Wagner's out here. He says he wants to see the guy we just picked up.
Fast word?
Ralph Pryor?
Yeah. He says he represents some kind of laborers' assistance league or something. Said that Pryor's a member.
All right. Let him see him.
Okay, Lieutenant.
John Wagner, that lawyer who came in to see Phil Waxman this morning, is back again, Rick. It's time to see Pryor.
Yeah?
Well, what are you looking so smug about?
Looks like the hunch is going to pay off.
You mean this lawyer is tied in with the killing?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think so. Tom Waxman was making speeches against the Assistance League. Now, a lawyer from the league shows up to help the only guy who knew what Tom was up to and worked in the same shop with him.
Now, I suppose you want me to hold the lawyer.
No, Walt. Why?
How do I know? That's what I asked you.
What? Am I supposed to know everything? Lock him up if you want to.
What for? He's not guilty.
How do you know he's not guilty?
Because you had me pick up Ralph Pryor.
Well, let him go, too.
Let him go where?
With his lawyer.
I thought you wanted me to lock up the lawyer.
Walt, that was your idea.
What was?
Locking up the lawyer.
I don't want to lock up the lawyer.
Well, let him go.
He's not in. Pryor is.
Well, let him go.
Who?
Phil Waxman.
How did he get in here?
I don't know. You put him in.
Of course I put him in. Now, why should I let him out?
I don't know. I ask you.
Ask me what?
Why you put him in.
Now, wait a minute. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Empty the jails and throw this idiot out of my office.
Thanks, Walt. Bye. I went out in the squad room and spotted the lawyer just as Otis started back into Walt's office with a glass of bicarbonate. He was a little guy, dressed neatly in a Homburg, blue suit, and spats. I made sure that he was my man, and I went out in front of the precinct to wait. I hung around for about half an hour until he finally came out, and then I started the tale. He grabbed a cab, and so did I. We went across town, and I watched him as he got out and went into a big building on 38th Street. I went in after him. We rode the same elevator to the 8th floor. We both got out. I made like I was looking for a room number, and he went in the door with a sign on it reading Continental Shipping, offices in New York, California, and London. I got close to the door and could hear a phone being dialed. I'd have given my eye teeth, complete with the fillings, to have heard what the conversation was about.
Yes, I just went down to see him. He'll be released in an hour. I've got him passage on the tramp steamer. When they release him, he'll meet me at a place I picked, and I'll give him the ticket. I'll tell him the police are up to something, and he'll have to get out of the country. Now, don't worry about that. He'll never get there. The captain of the ship is being paid to see that he doesn't. All right. Yes, everything is going as well as can be expected. Oh, one more thing. A friend of Waxman's, a private detective, is following me. One of our men took his picture coming out of the hospital after seeing Waxman's mother. Yes, well, don't worry about it. I can take care of him when the time comes. All right, goodbye.
I waited until he came out of the building and the hunt was on again. I grabbed another cab, and it took my last $3 chasing him to a little waterfront dive on Canal Street. I followed him in and watched him sit down in a booth at the back of the room. I made like an unhealthy patron and took a table near the door where I could watch. An hour later, a guy walked in and headed for the lawyer's booth. He was Ralph Pryor. He talked with the lawyer for a minute, then took an envelope from him and got up. He went out, and I went after him. If I was right, he was my killer, and the lawyer could wait. Ralph, I want to talk to you.
I thought I told you to stop snooping.
Bad right ear. Let's step in this alley.
Oh, what?
Get in the alley.
Hey, what do you think you're shoving around?
You're just full of questions.
You know, mister, you're not so big that you can't end up with a busted head. Now, let me go.
I guess you better understand something.
Oh!
Get the point?
Oh, you dirty...
Still want to play, huh?
Oh! Oh!
Maybe you haven't guessed it, but I'm mad. I'm going to kick you from one end of this alley to the other until you tell me who sent that bomb to Tom Waxman.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, the state might slap my wrist, but I don't like losing good friends.
Oh, my nose.
You should see Mama Waxman. She looks a lot worse, but she's got a lot more troubles. She lost a son.
Oh! Wait a minute. I can't take any more.
Sure you can. Sure. Just think about something else. Tom Waxman, maybe, or his wife and mother. Want to tell me? Okay.
No! Please! Wait a minute. All right, I did it. Leave me alone, will you?
You picked up a dummy box sent from California to the factory and you planted a bomb in it.
Yeah.
Why? Because Brother Phil had evidence enough to smear the League?
You know a lot, don't you? Sure, Tom was going to present the evidence in front of his union. And the League sent an empty box from California addressed with Phil's forged handwriting. And I went up to the mailroom and picked up the box and put the bomb in it and sent it to Tom's house.
You do it for the League?
Yeah, I did it for them.
Who's the boss of the League?
Well,
Come on.
All right. It's... Oh.
Now you'll never know.
Wow. Mr. John Wagner, complete with Derringer.
I hope you noticed the error of his ways, Mr. Diamond. He talked too much.
You got a funny way of keeping clients out of trouble.
I'm glad you noticed. I'm going to do the same for you.
Won't you need a retainer?
No, this one's on the house, so to speak.
I think you're going to get one anyway. That cop at the end of the alley with a riot gun doesn't look like he's hunting gophers.
That is a very stale attempt at throwing me off guard. Anyone that would be stupid enough to try a worn-out stunt like that deserves to die. You'll make it easy for me.
Okay, suit yourself. Fire when ready, Gridley.
What do you think?
Thanks, Walt. You arrived in the nick.
Nick Pick, a big gazunt. Why can't you get mixed up with a wife beating or something? The taxpayers are getting tired of seeing their streets cluttered up with a lot of bodies.
Now, don't you yell at me. How did you find me?
I knew something was up, so when Ralph Pryor was released, I tailed him. I saw you tailing Pryor. I saw the lawyer tailing you, so I tailed the lawyer.
Well, if you'd had an 8-piece band, you'd have had a parade.
Oh, nuts.
Oh, what's the matter, Walt? You'd have had to shoot him. He was going to kill me.
Oh, I'm not worried about that.
Well, what is it?
I forgot to bring my bicarbonate along.
Oh. Well, the wagon came and crated Pryor and the lawyer off to the morgue. When we got back to the station, Walt put in a call to the feds and told them to check the Labor's Assistance League in California and pick up the guys who sent the package through the mails. Using the mails like that can be a tough rap. And 3 weeks later, the government closed in. They picked up the big wheel and threw the whole bunch away for 10 to 20. Tom's brother, Phil, was released, and he went in front of Tom's union and gave them the evidence he'd collected while he was with the League. Needless to say, the League wasn't represented that night or any night after that. About 3 weeks after Mama Waxman came home from the hospital, she invited me over for one of her famous dinners. I brought Helen, and her butler Francis came along to help with the serving. Oh, Mama, I'm stuffed.
Oh, but Richard, you didn't finish up the cheesecake.
Can't make it, honey.
I can't move.
Oh, the Helen's a good girl. She ate everything in front of her. You know what? You two should get married.
Her appetite is the best argument against getting married I can think of.
Keep working on him, Mama.
All right. Now, let's all go into the front room. If I know my big policeman, he still likes to stretch out on the couch, huh?
You are so right. Here, let me help you, Mama.
Thank you, Richard. Where's Francis?
Oh, he's in making some coffee.
Oh, he's been such a help. Before the accident, it was nothing to serve supper.
You sit right here, honey.
All right. Thank you.
I won't have to eat another thing for a week.
Here's the coffee, Mrs. Waxman.
Francis, you must call me Mama, like the rest.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Mama.
Did you have enough to eat also, Francis?
It was simply wonderful. You know, someday if Miss Asher doesn't mind, I'd like to stop by and, well, just to swap recipes, as it were.
Well, I think that would be wonderful, Francis. Why don't you do that?
I'll give you some fine ones, Francis.
Where's Phil tonight, Mama?
He had to go to our union meeting. He's going to work in Tom's shop. He also asked me to thank you for singing at the funeral.
Glad to do it, Mama.
Richard, we always wondered where you learned to sing in Yiddish.
Well, I used to pound a beat on the Lower East Side.
Oh, well, would you do me a big favor, Richard?
Sure, dear.
I'm feeling a little sad about my boy tonight. Would you sing something for me? This song he liked you to sing.
Oh, I'm a little full of dinner, Mama.
Please, Ray.
Oh, yes, sir. Please, Mr. Diamond.
Well, all right. Mimi. A Yiddish Mädel, darf a Yiddischer boy. Pretty good for a shake it, sir, Mama.
Fine.
Du schöner Mädel, denn es darf sein,
What does it mean?
Don't tell her, Mama. Weil in der Teure ist geschrieben, in der Säu ist du's verblieben. A Jiddisch Mädel, darf a jiddischer boy. Hi, Hosenkalle, Mazel tov.
Oh, that was wonderful, Richard. You know you would make a fine cantor.
Well, thank you, Mama. How did you like it, Francis?
Ha! Als een hazen bis der gitten Dishwasser.
What?
Francis.
What did he say, Mama?
He said as a cantor you would make a fine dishwasher.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Hey, Eddie, you mind if I butt in for a minute?
Not at all, Dick.
Thanks. I just wanted to tell the people that next week our show is going to be on at a different time and a different day. The day will be Saturdays instead of Sundays. And would you please look in your newspapers for the time?
Thanks, Dick. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Richard Diamond will come to you next Saturday at a new time. Be sure to check your newspaper for the hour. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans, stand by. Dick Tracy is on the air.
Stand by, everyone, for another thrilling episode in this electrically transcribed series of Dick Tracy detective adventures brought to you by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. Those two specially delicious, refreshing cereals that are shot from guns to give you lots of trigger-fast food energy. Are you good at sports like baseball, tennis, and all those swell games we play all spring and summer? Are you one of the first to be picked when the fellows and girls choose up sides? Well, I hope so, because it's not much fun to be left out. And one reason why some boys and girls are left out is that while they may be big and have lots of muscle, they're short on food energy. That's why so many thousands of keen, athletic fellows and girls get the trigger-fast food energy they need from hearty breakfasts of crisp, delicious puffed wheat one day and then puffed rice the next. Those two tasty cereals are shot from guns. The energy-packed grains of nourishing wheat and rice are actually exploded to 8 times their normal size. All the tiny, hard-to-digest food cells are unlocked. Now they're specially easy to digest, and you get their quick food energy much more quickly and easily. So be keen, alert, alive like Dick Tracy. Ask Mother now to get you some Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice from the grocer that displays the Dick Tracy headquarters sign right away. Well, the battle between Dick Tracy, foremost detective of his time, and Vernon Kyle, bad man of the great Northwest, has indeed become desperate. In our last episode, we heard how Kyle and his men, in a hand-to-hand encounter, overcame Dick and Pat and took them to a secret hideout in the hills. Dick contrived to send a code message to Junior by means of the secret ring. And then as the episode ended, Kyle and his men robbed a local bank and were about to flee to Fairbanks. But not until they had put Dick and Pat out of the way. Listen.
Well, I warned you, Tracy, but you wouldn't listen, huh? I told you to keep your nose out of my business, to stay out of pitchblende. Well, now I'm going to show you that I meant every word I said. Tracy, you haven't got much longer to live. If you got anything to say, you better say it.
I have nothing to say.
Well, Patton, you've done a lot of talking in your time. Here's your last chance. Got anything to say?
Nothing. Only get it over with.
Impatient, huh? You're not fooling me. You're not as cool as you pretend to be.
I suppose you'd like a few tears and a plea for pity.
We're ready, boys. Good. So you're not going to plead for yourself, huh? Well, it's just as well. You'd be wasting your time. Okay, boys. And be gentle with them. Okay, boys. All right, boys. Get on your horses.
Dick. Yes, Pat?
Well, looks like we'd better say goodbye.
Yes, Pat, I'm afraid it is. Goodbye. I guess that message didn't get through to Junior.
No, it doesn't look like it. Ready with those horses? All set, boys. Well, so long, Dick.
Well, don't give up all hope, Pat. We may still have a chance.
All right, you guys. Get going. Move that horse, you're a dead man, friend.
Line them up, boys.
All right, boys, get them out. Dick, look, it's Junior in the mountains. Junior.
Junior. You all right?
Yes, we're both all right, thanks to you. Good work, Junior.
Drop those guns, Kyle, and you better dive the boys do the same. All right, boys. All right. They haven't got anything on us anyway. Just a little matter of catching you in the act of trying to hang Tracy and Patton.
And if I'm not mistaken, that black bag contains the money stolen from the Pitchblende Bank last night. Kyle, perhaps you'd better change your mind about our not having anything on you. We've got you just where we want you.
Gee, Dick, I was afraid the Mounties wouldn't get here in time.
Well, you did get here, Junior, and that's all that matters.
I'm always glad to see you, Junior. But this time, well, boy, I'm positively overjoyed. Tracy, you certainly got away with it this time.
I warned you a long time ago, Kyle, that the game you were playing was a losing one, but you couldn't get away with it forever. You'll have plenty of time to think things over in jail. All right, boys, take them away.
We'll meet again someday, Tracy. When we do, watch out.
It'll be a long time before he has a chance to meet anybody except his prison keeper. Well, Dick, now that this case is all over, I guess we'll be getting back to the States, eh?
Oh, gee, can't we stay up here for a while just to have some fun? Now that Kyle's out of the way, we can have a swell
I'm afraid,
time.
Junior, we've got to leave right away. That letter Kyle showed me, the letter from Tess, says that we're wanted urgently. We'll leave for Peel River tonight. And in a few days, we'll be back in the city.
Well, Dick, you can see the lights of Newark in the distance.
Yep. Another few minutes we'll land. I'll be happy to see Tess again after all these weeks. That letter of hers worries me.
I wonder what's up, Dick.
We'll find out when we meet Tess, Junior. There's something to do with a man named Acton Shelby, an inventor.
Calling Flight 72. Calling Flight 72. Calling Flight 72.
Go ahead, Flight 72.
Special message for Dick Tracy aboard Flight 72.
Dick, do you hear that?
Listen.
A message received here at Newark Airport addressed to Dick Tracy. Quote, "It is urgent that you come to Washington, D.C. tonight. We are in great need of your assistance. Have wired Chief Brandon and secured leave of absence for you. Do not let anything stand in your way. You must be in Washington tonight." Unquote. Signed, Wyndham Norwich.
Say, Dick, what does it mean? Must be pretty urgent if they have to get the message to us this way.
That's quite true, Pat. Wyndham Norwich is one of the biggest men in the country. Chairman of the board of at least a half a dozen giant corporations. And a power to be figured with politically. Well, this calls for rather an abrupt change in plans. I'll have to take off again the moment we reach Newark. That means I haven't time to see Tess and find out what the Shelby business is all about.
Have you any idea as to what Norwich might want of you, Dick?
Not the slightest. Obviously, it must be something very important, or Norwich wouldn't have a message sent through to the plane. Oh, pilot.
Yes, Mr. Tracy?
We'll be landing soon, won't we?
Yes, sir. Another few minutes.
Good. Will you radio the ground station to have a special plane ready for me? I'll have to take off for Washington almost the moment we land.
Very good, sir. Flight 72 calling Newark. Flight 72 calling Newark. Flight 72 calling Newark.
Well, here we are back at Newark Airport.
Yep. Come on, Pat, Junior.
All right. Mr. Tracy! Mr. Tracy!
Yes, what is it?
You received the message relayed through to you in the plane?
From Norwich, yes.
Now they just came through, sir.
Oh, let's have it, please.
Here you are, sir.
Listen to this, Pat. Proceed with all haste. Also, watch your step. Spies may be watching you. Signed, Wyndham Norwich.
Spies? What spies? What is this supposed to mean?
Well, we're not going to waste time trying to guess what it means. Is that plane ready for us to take off for Washington?
Warming up now, sir.
Good. I want to get to a phone, please.
This way, Mr. Tracy.
Be back in a few moments, Pat.
All right.
Hello? Hello, Tess?
Hello? Oh, Dick. Oh, I'm so glad to hear from you. Is everything all right, Dick?
Well, I'm not sure, dear. I've just received an urgent message to come to Washington at once.
To Washington?
Yes. I'm wanted by Wyndham Norwich. You know him by reputation, of course. Now, listen, Tess. Can this Shelby business wait?
Well, how long are you going to be gone?
Oh, I haven't any idea. A few days, perhaps weeks. As a matter of fact, I'm completely in the dark as to what this is all about. All I know is it's very important.
Well, Acton Shelby is most anxious to get hold of you, Dick. He seems to be in desperate need of your advice and protection. It's something about his invention, an important invention, I gather, and someone called the Brain who's trying to rob him of it.
The Brain, huh? Well, if the Brain is involved, Shelby has reason to be uneasy. Where is Shelby now?
Why, he left this morning for a meeting with some railroad officials in Chicago. Chief Brandon has given him a bodyguard of 2 policemen.
Good. Well, I'm afraid the Shelby business will just have to wait, Tess. This message from Washington is very urgent.
Mr. Tracy.
Excuse me, Tess.
Yes,
what is it?
Your plane's ready to start, sir.
All right, be right there. Well, Tess, dear, I've got to go. I'll call you from Washington just as soon as I can.
All right, Dick.
And if anything comes up on the Shelby business, telephone me long distance. You can get me through Wyndham Norwich.
All right, I'll remember. Dick, I don't know what you're going into, but promise me to be careful.
Of course, Tess. Goodbye, dear.
Bye.
All right. I'm ready to go to the plane now.
This way, sir. Dick, the more I think about it, the more stirred up I get about these messages you've received. I've been trying to make out what they mean. What do you suppose Wyndham Norwich wants with you?
I don't know, Pat. But there can be no question about its importance.
I'll say. First a radiogram to your plane, and then another warning you to be careful, saying the spies may be on your trail. If that isn't the way a big case begins, I don't know the signal.
Well, who could these spies be, Dick? Do you know?
Haven't any idea at the moment, Junior.
All I can say is goodbye to that rest I've been looking forward to.
Well, there'll be time to talk arrest, Pat. Any summons from Wyndham Norwich is bound to be important. He has no time for anything but vitally important matters.
Calling Flight 43. Washington, calling Flight 43. Washington, calling Flight 43.
Flight 43. Go ahead, Washington.
Message for Dick Tracy, aboard Flight 43. Quote, You are in a dangerous position, and I feel it necessary to warn you once again to exert all the caution at your command. My messages to you have been picked up by the enemy. I am afraid they may try to prevent your safe arrival here in Washington. Be on the lookout. Unquote. Signed, Wyndham Norwich. That is all.
Another warning from Norwich, huh?
Yep. And a man of Norwich's standing isn't scared of his shadow, you know.
Gosh, Dick, looks like we're in for... Oh, gee, what are we in for? It's all so mysterious. The enemy intercepting messages and trying to prevent our arrival.
Yeah, and who is this enemy? We don't even know that. It certainly sounds as if Norwich expects plenty of trouble.
Say, look, there's the Washington airport down below there. You see the lights on the runway?
Yes, Junior. We'll be in a few moments.
Mr. Tracy?
Yes, pilot?
I'm afraid there's something wrong, sir.
Something wrong? Well, then don't let the others hear you. No use worrying them. What is it, pilot?
The undercarriage of the plane is stuck. I can't seem to let it down.
What's that? Did I hear you say the undercarriage is stuck?
Say, if something's wrong, Dick, we want to know about it, too. What were you whispering about?
Well, it is the undercarriage.
What are the details, pilot?
I've been trying to lower it for the past 5 minutes. The mechanism is jammed.
Well, can't you fix it?
Not a chance. Looks like someone has tampered with the wires.
Tampered with the wires?
It'll take 2 good mechanics and a couple of hours' work to fix this.
Huh. Well, it looks as if the enemy, whoever he is, has begun his dirty work early.
Well, what we do? We've got to land, don't we?
Gosh, we'll crack up. What can stop us?
We've enough gas for about another half hour. We'll have to keep circling around until then.
Yeah, and after that, we'll have to land, whether we want to or not.
Pilot, radio down to the field to have a fire engine and an ambulance stand by.
Right. That's all we can do, sir. Get them there and then land and take our chances.
What a situation to be in. Who tampered with the airplane's undercarriage? Will our friends crash when the pilot tries to land his crippled plane? And what is the meaning of the mysterious message from Wyndham Norwich? And now you're invited to attend our Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol meeting by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. These specially delicious, refreshing cereals that are shot from guns to give you trigger-fast food energy. And it looks like a big day for us, all right, because here comes Tess Trueheart, President of the National Girls Division, with Junior, our patrol president, right now.
The meeting will now come to order. And today we're happy to report that last week was a banner week for the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol.
Thousands of the finest boys and girls in the country joined the patrol.
And believe me, Dick Tracy is mighty proud of you fellas who are joining the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol.
He's proud of all you girls who are joining the National Girls Division, too, and so am I.
Say, let's give all the new members a special salute, shall we?
Fine. Members of the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol and of the National Girls Division, we salute you.
And now Dick Tracy wants me to ask you a question. Listen, have you joined the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol or the National Girls Division yet?
If not, join now, boys and girls. Show Dick Tracy that you're with him and for him. Show him that you're on your toes, that you love real adventure, and that you stand for law and order.
Right. And share in all our swell secret detective activities with us. It's great fun.
As soon as you join, Dick Tracy sends you your Dick Tracy Secret Code Book, your official badge, and Special Patrol Pledge, all free.
So join right now.
It's easy. You just get 2 Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice box tops, or 1 of each. Print your name on a plain piece of paper, write the word boy or girl at the top, put it in an envelope with your 2 Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice box tops, and mail it to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago. And then you're a full-fledged member, and you also enjoy Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those specially delicious, nourishing cereals that are shot from guns to give you lots of trigger-fast food energy. So ask Mother now to get you some Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice at the grocer's right away.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by for another exciting electrically transcribed Dick Tracy adventure tomorrow at this same time. That is all.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Look at this, Jason. The wire from the microphone down in the wainscoting has been pulled out.
So, that's why the conversation between Steele and Pelly was not recorded on tape record next door.
Yes. It is Steve, Jason. He's on to us. He must be. Yes, he'll have to go.
The woman Loris tapped the broken wires against an elegantly manicured hand. Her eyes hardened. She turned to Sir Wilfrid Pelly.
Yes. He, among others, will have to go.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 5 of this story, in which John Steed takes full account of the man who shot George Oblique-Stroke XR40. John Steed had tried yet again to communicate with Sir Wilfrid Pelly, the inventor and designer of the supercomputer George XR40. But Sir Wilfrid had insisted upon staying in his country home, although Steed had picked up sufficient information to know that there was something very much amiss in the house. Outside, Steed found a little trouble with his car and dallied a while, head in engine. It didn't do much good. The engine was perfect, and the delay not really profitable.
You got trouble, Governor?
Yes, it's just a loose wire. Often happens, even in the best regulated circles. You're a gardener?
Oh, job man. Tell us the name. I'll do anything for a price.
I see. Extraordinary. Oh, good. But I think I can manage this myself. Thank you, Keller. Well, that should do it. Good day to you, Keller.
Goodbye, sir.
Back in the house, Loris approached the chair in which slumped the exhausted figure of Sir Wilfrid Pelly.
I warned you, Sir Wilfrid. I said one wrong word.
I said nothing.
I can force it out of you, you know.
We talked about my health and the computer. That was all.
But why did he come back?
To see if I needed help. I refused.
No. Steed came back here for a reason. Jason, run that first tape again. I want to check every word. The first conversation you had with Steed in this house. That's the answer.
Right. This is it. It's all set up. Here goes. I worked for 3 years on that.
Right, I'm going over every word.
And before that, 5 years at Harvard without so much as a day off. Pressures, indispensability. To travel with the Mr. Steed, they treat one as though one were a computer. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I understand, but...
Howell! That's it, Jason. Howell, turn that thing out. Howell. You've never worked at Howell, have you, Sir Wilfrid?
What do we do?
I've told you. Get rid of Steed. He's the one who would have got the message. Get rid of him.
Please,
Please.
No more games for you, darling. From now on, the pressure is on. Really on.
Keller, come here.
You want me, Jason?
Yes. Steed, the man who just left, you saw him?
Spoke to him.
Kill him.
All right. I should get those roses bedded in before it rains.
No, Keller. We want him dead now.
It could take time.
Not this one. No finesse. Just both barrels at point-blank range.
Later in the day, the subject of Loris's wrath is sitting having a quiet cup of coffee with Emma Peel in his own apartment.
Do you think that Sir Wilfrid is some sort of prisoner, Steve?
Yes, sure of it. The question is, who were his guards and why are they there?
But how did they get rid of their original staff?
Good point. Too risky to move them. That means they're probably held in the house somewhere.
Not locked in the,
Oh, no, usually too small for a large staff. Now, wait a moment. If we're right, then the message from George XR, now, that could have been Sir Wilfrid using the computer to get a message out to us.
Help Telly. You mean, that wasn't George asking Sir Wilfrid for help, but Sir Wilfrid asking us for help.
Yes, and Baines was killed to prevent us finding out where the tape came from. Another thought occurs to me. Now, I should have it here somewhere with the whole file on Sir Wilfrid.
Is there anything about his memory? Sir Wilfrid, doesn't he have a reputation for having a perfect memory?
Photographic.
So, given enough time...
And no interruptions, say in the privacy of his own home.
Someone could squeeze him dry.
That's right. That's where the action is, Mrs. Peel. Not with George XR and the Heron establishment, but down at Sir Wilfrid's country home.
If we made it official, Steve, surrounded the place, troops perhaps.
Well, the first thing they do will be to kill Pelly.
You can't be sure they will.
Well, can you be sure they won't? No, look, we can't take that risk. We'll have to be a little more subtle. Where the devil's that file? Here we are.
Steve picked out a photograph of a young girl of 17.
Yes. Your nose is a bit longer. Eyes aren't bad, though. And the ears...
What's wrong with my ears?
They don't match.
Don't match? Of course they do. One either side, same size, shape.
Match with this. Sir Wilfrid's niece, Prunella.
Oh.
Taken when she was about 17 or 18. She'd be about your age now.
I see.
Well, we do have to have someone in the house from now on.
You want me to cry uncle?
That's the girl.
Prunella. I've only just recovered from impersonating Pandora. Is that really fair to a girl?
It didn't take long for Mrs. Peel to move once the plan had been decided upon. She obtained the directions for motoring down to Sir Wilfrid's home, studied at some length the details of the house and gardens that Steed was able to give her, and then left his apartment. It was raining when she walked towards her car. Had it not been raining, Mrs. Peel might have noticed the car parked at the back of hers. It was an ordinary black saloon. The young man behind the wheel was Keller. He reached into the back seat and found a large Macintosh, which he draped carefully over a shotgun. He looked up at Steed's apartment and smiled.
Look, I'd like to speak to Dr. Ardmore, please. Yes, Dr. Ardmore. Well, just tell him it's John Steed. Yes, now hold on.
Keller had gained the entrance to the apartments without meeting anyone and slipped into the corridor that led to Steed's flat.
Hello? Hello?
Ardmore speaking.
Ah, hello there, John Steed. Called to find out if there's any more news about George XR.
Afraid not, Steed. We're doing all we can. He's having constant attention, even to the extent of an oil drip. But it's only just keeping him going. No real improvement.
I see. But no deterioration.
No. Can't carry on, though. The whole structure is weakening.
Look, tell me, Dr. Ardmore, the tape we left with you, the one you say only George can interpret, would it be possible for the tensor equation on that tape to convert into a message?
You mean some kind of code?
Exactly.
There was a long pause on the telephone. Steed wondered if Ardmore had gone away, but he was merely thinking. Outside in the corridor, Keller had reached Steed's door.
Hello? You there?
Yes, I'm here. I suppose it's possible for there to be a code, but only a top mathematician could do it.
Someone like Sir Wilfrid Pelley, for instance.
Would you... yes, he would have to be in his class, yes.
The handle on Steed's door turned silently.
I see. Well, thank you, Dr. Ardmore.
The door opened a matter of 6 inches. The barrel of the shotgun was thrust through.
Thank you. I'll ring you later. Goodbye.
John Steed dropped to the floor behind the protection of his desk. Keller was silhouetted in the doorway, calmly reloading his shotgun. Steed picked up a small ashtray and threw it across the room. At the same moment, Steed lunged across the room. Keller, holding his gun at waist level with professional skill, tracked Steed's run and fired both barrels.
Destructive boy, this one.
While Keller was reloading yet again, Steed, twisting and ducking, shot across the room into the passage that led to his bedroom. He slammed the connecting door, seized a sword stick from his umbrella stand, and dropped to the ground. The blast ripped a hole about 3 feet wide out of the door. Through this hole, Steed aimed the sword stick, using it like a spear.
Exit. Keller. The killer.
Avengers. Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Elmo.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Signal. Signal gasoline. Yes, Signal gasoline is the new gasoline you can prove is superior. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, one-man jury.
the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. To the people of Southport, Dan Parcher was more than just a newspaper editor. He was a kind of community conscience. Businessmen would read his column carefully before deciding whether the new bond issue was right or wrong. Housewives looked to his editorials first, then made up their minds about divorce and juvenile delinquency. So it was natural that when Clara Wentworth was brought to trial for the murder of her husband, the people of Southport quoted Dan Parcher in the discussions taking place everywhere in town while the issue was being decided in the courtroom. Dan had placed himself and the paper solidly behind Mrs. Wentworth, a fact which didn't set too well with Mr. Newell, the publisher of his paper.
Now, listen, Dan, you've had a free rein in the past. You've been allowed to say pretty much what you think. What are you leading up to? Well, it's all right for this paper to be partisan about politics and civic improvement. But it's not all right to print biased editorials on a murder case before the jury delivers the verdict.
Wait a minute, Newell. I think we'd better get this straightened out right now. The people of Southport look to me for honest opinions. My responsibility to them is to tell them what I think. And I happen to know she's innocent. Don't ask me why, I just know it. And I'm going to do everything in my power to get that jury to turn in the right verdict.
One-man jury, eh?
Call it anything you like. You can take it or leave it. Take it on those terms or get yourself a new editor.
That's a funny attitude for a guy who needs money as badly as you do.
There isn't a job big enough to keep me from saying what I believe in, Newell.
I see.
Well?
All right, Parcher. Have it your way.
Order. Order. Proceed with the prosecution, Mr. Gresham.
Now, Mrs. Wentworth, after this argument with your husband, did you or did you not purchase a number of capsules of a sleeping drug known as Athanol at Wright's Pharmacy?
I've already told you why. I was worried and couldn't
I'm not
sleep
asking you why, Mrs. Wentworth. Did you buy them?
Yes, I did.
That's all, Mrs. Wentworth?
Yes, Mr. Parcher?
Be ready in a minute. Now, let's see. The implication by Mr. Gresham that Mrs. Wentworth's desire for control over her husband's assets amounting to roughly $250,000 constituted a valid motive for his murder is a false one. Mrs. Wentworth already had control over more than half the estate. Her husband had seen to it that she never lacked funds, and the prosecution has yet to establish even with the shadow. Yeah, good. All right, son. Have him print this double column, middle page 1. This ought to bury it for keeps.
What's that, sir?
Bury it. That's an idea. Tell him to put this head on it. Epitaph for the state's case.
You are a one-man jury, aren't you, Dan? You've taken a firm stand, and the people of Southport are talking about your editorials. It seeps into the jury box, too, and in spite of the efforts of the prosecution, you can see it swaying them. It's not the case of the state versus Clara Wentworth, is it? It's the state versus Dan Parcher, and you're coming out on top. Then, on the 15th day of the trial.
Your Honor, I'd like permission to address the court.
Proceed, Mr. Gresham.
Ladies and gentlemen, my duties as district attorney, as I conceive them, are not to secure prosecutions regardless of the trend of the evidence. My first duty to the people is to see justice done. Now, it happens occasionally that this is not consistent with my position as prosecutor. Last night, facts became available to my office which indicate clearly that the entire edifice of the state's case against Clara Wentworth was built on a false premise. Your Honor, it is the prosecution's wish at this point to dismiss charges against the defendant.
Order. Order in the court. Order. What is the wish of the defense?
The defense, sir, refuses to accept dismissal of charges.
Order.
Your Honor, dismissal of charges by the prosecution does not constitute acquittal in the eyes of the community. He does not offer the defendant any assurance that new charges will not be brought against her at a later date. For those reasons, the defense requests a jury verdict.
You have heard the request of the defense, Mr. Gresham.
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution rests.
Defense?
The defense rests.
Members of the jury, under the circumstances, any remarks I might have regarding your deliberations are superfluous. There will be a 5-minute recess while you reach a verdict. Order. Will the defendant please rise and face the jury? Mr. Foreman, will you read the verdict?
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty.
Pardon me. Excuse me,
Hey,
please.
nice going, Dan.
Hello, Ed. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Thank you so
Pardon me, please.
I
Let me
know
through
it's
here.
over, but I just can't.
I'd like to sit down here, please. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Hello.
you're Mr. Parcher, aren't you?
Yes. May I congratulate you, Mrs. Wentworth?
Thank you, Mr. Parcher. It meant so much to have you on my side.
Hey, ain't you two ever been introduced?
I don't think it's necessary, Ann.
Oh, Mrs. Wentworth, this is Dan Parcher, smartest man in Southport, if I'm any judge.
You don't have to tell me.
Ed, do you mind? I'd like to see Mrs. Wentworth alone for a moment.
Oh, sure. Just run along. You must have a lot to talk about.
Thanks. This way. The anteroom here.
Dan.
Clara, darling.
When can we tell them?
Not for a while yet, dear. We've got to take our time now.
It's no news to you if you drive a car that Signal gasoline is famous as the Go Farther gasoline. But recently you've noticed in the ads that you now go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. And I want to tell you why. You see, the amazing power in Signal's new super fuel that gives you quicker starting, faster pickup, and higher anti-knock also means that you'll find less need for shifting. And shifting, driving in low or second gear, is the demon that wastes gasoline. That's why we say, while you're enjoying those effortless high gear miles with new Signal, check your speedometer. You'll find it's a fact. You actually go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. Another good reason for making your next gas stop a stop at one of the friendly stations displaying Signal's familiar yellow and black circle signs. Let just one tankful of this great new super fuel show you in your own car why new Signal actually is the new post-war gasoline you can prove is superior. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Dan, you made an eloquent case for Clara Wentworth, didn't you? Once again, the citizens are patting you on the back, telling each other that because of Dan Parcher, justice came out on top. But there was more to it than that, wasn't there, Dan? Quite a bit more. As the months go by, you and Clara see each other more frequently. Then, a short out-of-town trip, and you and Clara were man and wife. It was on one of those first few days at home that District Attorney Gresham dropped in for dinner.
Clara, you know, I think that as DAs go, Gresham isn't so bad.
Oh, don't carry this too far, Dan.
I'm serious. How about it, Clara?
I think you're right.
Drink on it?
Sure, I'll drink on it.
Skull.
Gold.
Ah, thanks. It's at times like this that I realize what an ugly job I have.
It's all water under the bridge now. Right, Clara?
Of course.
I have a wonderful husband, Mrs. Parcher.
Oh, yes. I don't believe I could have stood it without him.
Oh, come now, Clara.
No, it's true, Dan. You know, Mr. Gresham, it wasn't what he said or wrote or what the people who read his articles thought that kept me going. It was the feeling that there was a newspaper man named Dan Parcher who had faith in me, who believed me when I said I was innocent, who was willing to stake his reputation on it. You know, Mr. Gresham, if it hadn't been for that, I believe I would have killed myself.
You're pretty important to her now, aren't you, Dan? She's right. You did risk your career when you defended her, and you risked even more when you married her. But there was something more important at stake, wasn't there? She loves you. You realized it more and more during those first few days in town. And then on the following week, you managed to get away for a few days at your summer cabin at the lake. Clara is thrilled.
Oh, Dan, look at the lake with the moon on it.
Yeah. Nice, eh?
I don't want there ever to be anything but just this, Dan. Just you and I and summer evenings here at the lake.
You are happy, aren't you, Clara?
I never thought anything could be as beautiful as this, Dan.
Do you ever think of Walter?
Walter? Why do you ask?
I just wondered.
It's hard to believe he ever existed, Dan. I'm glad you mentioned it, though. We haven't decided about the money.
Well, what do you want to do with it?
Well, it's a part of Walter. The only part left.
I know.
As long as I have it, I'll feel he's part of our marriage somehow. I want to give it away, Dan. There's so many good things I could do with it.
Well, that's going to take a little thought.
Well, of course. I want to settle it soon, though. By the way, did I ever tell you how much I love you?
You scare me sometimes.
Scare you?
You didn't really mean what you told the DA, did you?
About you?
Yeah.
I'll say it again, dear. If ever I thought you didn't believe in me, if you doubted me or lost your faith, there wouldn't be anything else to live for.
If I doubted you?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Come on. Let's go to bed.
It's made you think, hasn't it, Dan? This woman you married, tried for the murder of her husband, said she'd kill herself if you lost faith in her. Why are you so nervous, Dan? Why can't you sleep? Are you sorry now that you appointed yourself a one-man jury in the case of the state versus Clara Wentworth?
Clara. Clara, darling.
What? What's the matter?
Clara. What in the world were you dreaming about?
Well, I don't know. Dan, tell me what's the matter.
Nothing, Clara, nothing.
Something's wrong.
Please, forget about it.
Dan!
I said forget about it.
Dan, if you'll build a fire in the dining room, I think we can have some lunch.
I'm not hungry.
You didn't eat breakfast, dear.
I said I'm not hungry, Clara.
Dan, tell me, what is the matter?
I don't know.
Did I say something awful in my sleep?
Yes.
What?
Please, Clara, can't we just forget it for the moment? I'd rather not say anything. It was probably just a... Oh, I don't know. Let's forget it.
But, Dan, it can't be anything serious. Can't you see?
Please, Clara.
Very well, Dan. Come on and fix the fire.
Well, Dan, it's getting it down, isn't it? Dan Parcher, champion of justice, upholder of the right. That's a laugh, isn't it? You've given up trying to shut it out of your mind. It's there now, all the time. The next night is the same. More thinking, more worrying. Then soon after Clara drops off to sleep.
Clara! Clara, wake up.
Dan. Oh, Dan, tell me, what did I say?
Can't believe it.
Tell me.
It was the same as last night. Something about goodbye, Walter, and then a lot of things I couldn't make out, and then a single word. Tylenol.
Tylenol? How could I?
Clara, Tylenol killed your husband. That's what he died from.
Dan, I can't understand. You've got to believe me.
I don't know what to think.
Why are you getting up?
I can't sleep anymore. I'm going to walk around a while.
Let me go with you.
No, stay here, please. I'd rather be alone.
Dan, don't you believe me?
I don't know.
Oh, please, Dan. Please.
I'm sorry, Clara.
Why did we have to go, Dan? We have 2 more days.
I know, but it won't hurt to get back to town a little early.
Oh, and I thought it was going to be so beautiful. Just the 2 of us, the lake all to ourselves. Why did you have to spoil it, Dan?
I didn't spoil it, Clara.
But it's so silly, don't you see? All this fuss about nothing.
Let's not discuss it, Clara. Oh, here we are.
Why are we stopping?
Thought we could pick up a sandwich. I'm starved.
But, Dan, I just offered you breakfast and you said you weren't hungry.
That was an hour ago. Come on.
Dan, you wouldn't eat yesterday either. You're afraid, aren't you, Dan? You're afraid I'll poison you.
Oh, Clara, don't be silly.
That's what it is, isn't it? Do you see what you're doing, Dan? The trial's over. I was acquitted. The world found me innocent. But it doesn't mean anything if you don't believe it. What can I do, Dan? What can I say? The only one who counts is you, don't you see?
I'm sorry, Clara. I've tried. That's all I can tell you. I'm sorry.
You've brought it out in the open now, haven't you, Dan? There's nothing you can do now but watch her. Watch her carefully every moment you're with her. You've given up eating at home, of course. That was point number one. And you've taken a new interest in the notebooks you kept on the trial. Every evening you get them out and go over them carefully, examining, analyzing, making new notes.
Dan, I wish you wouldn't do that anymore.
Oh, all right. I'll take them up to my room.
How can you sit there, Dan? How can you sit there and drag everything out on a marble slab all over again? Don't my feelings mean anything to you?
I'm sorry, Clara.
Is that all you can say? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's all I've heard for weeks. It's all over between us, isn't it? You're convinced that I killed Walter Wentworth.
Clara, above everything else, I guess I'm still just a newspaper man trying to get at the truth. I won't rest until I'm sure. Since you asked me, I'll tell you. I haven't satisfied myself that you actually killed your husband, but I am satisfied that you had more to do with it than I ever suspected. And I'm convinced that I made a terrible mistake in defending you the way I did.
I see. It is gone, then, isn't it?
I'm afraid it is. Clara, what are you doing?
Burning some trash.
Trash? Well, they're my trial notebooks.
All right, what about it?
You haven't any right to...
Oh, haven't I? If you think I'm going to sit here night after night while you pore over those horrible things...
You're not doing your case any good, Clara.
So I'm on trial again. I wish I were on trial. I wish I could drag the whole miserable thing out in the air again and force you to admit you're wrong.
And I wish I were wrong.
Do you?
Of course I do.
Oh, Dan.
Unfortunately, I'm right. You killed him. You poisoned him. And you'd kill me right now if I gave you the chance, wouldn't you?
Oh, Dan, you don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I do. And don't think it's easy laying it on the line this way. I loved you once. But I guess I was just in love with an idea, a crazy daydream about an innocent woman who needed someone to fight the good fight. When it's over, Clara, it's all gone. There's nothing left. Goodbye, Clara.
Yes?
There's a Mr. Dan Parcher to see you, Mr. Gresham.
Oh, send him in. Wonder what Dan wants. Hello, Dan.
Oh, D.A.
What's the matter? You got something on your mind?
It's Clara.
Oh?
Yes. I made an awful mistake, Gresham. I just had it out with her.
Had it out? I don't get it.
She was guilty, Gresham.
What?
I'm as sure of it as if I'd seen her do it.
Oh, that's a pretty serious statement, Dan. How are you so sure?
It was something she said in her sleep.
Yeah?
I couldn't understand all of it. It happened 2 nights in a row. There was a lot of unintelligible muttering and then something like, "Goodbye, Walter," followed by the single word, "Palinol."
Palinol, huh?
Yes.
You're sure about that?
Positive. There were other things, of course.
I see. Mm-hmm.
I love her, Gresham. But there's something bigger involved here. We've got to do something about it.
I'm awfully sorry, Dan.
Well, what do you mean?
We can't do anything. She's been acquitted, and she can never be brought to trial again for the same offense.
You mean I'm supposed to go on living with a poisoner?
There isn't a thing you can do. Did you discuss this with her, Dan?
Yes.
I remember something she said, something to the effect that she'd rather die than go on knowing you didn't believe in her. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And still you discussed your feeling with her?
I couldn't hide it. I was afraid to eat. I could see a new purpose in everything she did.
You are a crusader, aren't you, Dan?
I can't help it. That's just the way I'm put together.
Okay. You'll have to handle this your own way. We can't do a thing.
It's a problem, isn't it, Dan? You walk all the way home from the DA's office thinking about it, taking plenty of time. You knew what he'd say before you went there, didn't you? You accomplished one thing anyway, though. He knows about it now. You walk on, thinking, trying to see the thing clearly. Then you decide. The only thing that matters is whether Clara lives or dies. You wait an hour or two longer, giving her plenty of time to make good on her promise. 5 o'clock. If she has the nerve, it's all over now. If she hasn't, you'll have to take the other way.
Oh. Hello.
Hello.
Well, what's this? Why are you packing?
I'm leaving. What did you expect?
Leaving?
There's nothing left to keep me here. I'm sorry you're early. I'd hoped to be gone when you arrived.
Don't be silly, Clara. There's no place for you to go.
Anything's better than this.
Well, I wish you a lot of luck.
Thanks. Same to you, Dan.
Drink on it?
Sure, I'll drink on it.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Skål.
Skål. Dan,
What's the matter?
I don't know. I'm getting dizzy. I'm so sleepy, Dan.
Sure you're sleepy. Just lie down on the bed.
You don't need an alibi, do you, Dan? Tylenol acts slowly. They'll never be able to state definitely when it was taken. And there are no slips. You unpack her bags, put things away. Yes, Dan, the books are balanced now, and you feel easier. You'll be back at the Evening Bulletin tomorrow, battling for justice again. This time with nothing hanging over your head.
Dan. Dan.
Yes?
Dan, Oh.
Goodbye, Clara.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, here's an interesting insight on how the atom is already being employed to create wonderful new products for you. Nylon, for instance, was created by rearranging the atoms in molecules, thus forming an entirely new type of material that can be made sheerer, yet stronger and longer wearing than nature's own silk. And in much the same way, certain chemists now rearrange the atoms in gasoline molecules to create an entirely new type super fuel for automobiles, New Signal gasoline. That, you see, is why New Signal is not just pre-war quality gasoline, not just old-style gasoline improved, but a new type super fuel with improved performance so immediately apparent you feel it, see it, hear it. I could tell you about quicker starting, faster pickup, higher anti-knock, but there's no story half as convincing as the one your own motor will tell you when you try your first tankful of New Signal gasoline. As you step on the accelerator and feel your car get young again, see if you don't agree with the thousands of Western motorists who are saying there's new pleasure in driving with New Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Dan, the one-man jury turned in a conviction, didn't it? The champion of justice came through again, this time by taking the law into his own hands. Or was that the real reason? Was there something deeper and more sordid behind it all? Was it something else that made you cultivate Clara Wentworth and rise to her defense, win the fight for her, then make her fall in love with you? You have a strange mind, haven't you, Dan, full of conflicting elements. Idealism on one side, hypocrisy on the other. It's all pretty tangled, isn't it? You spend the evening of Clara's death in a barroom on 3rd Street thinking. You feel better at a time like this with people around you. Then at 9:30 that night, you look in the mirror behind the bar, and you jump when you see the DA standing behind you.
Come on, Dan.
What's the matter?
Let's go.
Where?
Let's go up to your house. I want you to see your wife.
Oh, what's the matter? Is something wrong?
You better save it until we get there.
Welcome home, Dan.
Clara.
Surprised?
Why, well, no.
How is she, Doc?
She's still a little drowsy, but we got rid of most of it, though.
You say you're not surprised, Dan?
I don't have anything to say.
Well, I do, brother. I've got plenty to say. But before I go into that, there's something personal. This may cost me my job, Mr. Potcher, but it'll be worth it. You low-down, hypocritical rat. I've got a decent respect for an ordinary crook, but you haven't got the pride of a carnival pickpocket. Get up. I said get up.
Yeah.
I thought there were limits to what a man would do for money. I guess there aren't. We have the complete picture, Mr. Potcher, from the time you met Clara Wentworth until you tried to kill her because she was going to give the money away. We knew she didn't kill her husband. That's why we conceded the trial, and not because of your false front editorials. You see, we made a mistake. We thought he was poisoned by ethanol. 2 weeks into the trial, and the surgeon tells us he was wrong. It was paranol with the same kind of symptoms.
Where does that get you?
This far. It's hard to buy that drug. Clara Wentworth couldn't have bought it.
Wait a minute.
Shut up. When the surgeon told me it was Palanol, he knew about it, I knew about it, and the murderer knew about it. That's all. How did you know about it, Mr. Potcher?
Why,
When you came to my office, you should have known that sleep-talking yarn wouldn't hold water. Your wife couldn't have said it because she'd never heard of it in her life.
Listen, you can't...
I'm not finished. There was one piece of evidence we didn't reveal at the trial. The poison bottle we found in the fish pond. It was bought and signed for in Philadelphia by a Mr. Jeffries. This afternoon, I find that you and Mr. Jeffries have the same handwriting. All right, what's the answer to that one?
There isn't any.
Congratulations. That's the first honest statement you ever made. It wasn't worth it, Potcher. Not even for Wentworth's $250,000. Come on. You're going to write an editorial. One that starts out, I, Danforth Potcher, of my own free will and volition, you know. Look great in the middle of page 1. We'll title it Epitaph for a Heel.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine-quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program is directed by George W. Allen, based on a story by John Michael Hayes, with music by Wilbur Hatch. This is Marvin Miller speaking, suggesting that you try New Signal, the new gasoline you can prove is superior. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. One of the chief weapons in the arsenal of winter is deception. Warm days may lull you into a false security. Well, don't be fooled. There are weeks of bitter weather ahead. Be prepared with blue coal. This excellent home fuel always does a grand job, and especially during changeable weather, because it burns evenly and slowly, keeps every room at a cozy, comfortable temperature, regardless of the weather outside. Get in touch with your blue coal dealer right away. Place your order now. Remember that railroad facilities are urgently needed for military supplies. So it's wise to play safe and be prepared. Phone your Blue Coal dealer tomorrow morning. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Speaks Twice. The time, nearly midnight. The place, the state penitentiary. Thousands of weary bodies and tortured souls have found temporary refuge in sleep. Suddenly, from one of the cell blocks, the silence is disturbed by...
Framed. Framed. You were framed, Paul.
Shut up. Shut up, will you?
You yeller. You were framed and you know it. And you're afraid to do anything about it.
What is there to do about it? We'll be out of here for 2 more years.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
Meaning?
Meaning I found a way out of this crackerbox pen.
No, I told you before, I'm not going to break out of here.
So you want to do your full time, huh? Just an honest embezzler.
For the last time, I'm telling you I had nothing to do with any embezzlement.
Sure, Paul, sure, I know. Your Uncle George Bartow framed you, and you're too scared to do anything about it. But I'm going to do something to pay him back for the life rap he gave me.
Oh, talk is cheap.
Yeah, you're right. But once we're outside...
Sorry, Marty. I said I wasn't interested in escape.
Okay. Have it your way, then. Good night, kid.
Good night.
Prison beds are hard, ain't they, kid?
Yeah.
Say, it's too bad about that good-looking dame whose picture you got on the wall there.
Peggy Sanders? What about her?
Suppose I were to tell you that I know she's Judge Bartow's ward.
Where'd you find that out?
Oh, there's ways, even in prison. Suppose I told you that I heard that your girlfriend, Peggy, is going to marry your stepbrother next week.
Going to marry Edwin? Oh, no. She wouldn't. She loves me.
Maybe your uncle, the good judge, used some pressure. Maybe he's forcing her to marry Edwin. It shouldn't be too hard now to talk her out of marrying a jailbird.
Shut up, Marty. Shut up.
Okay. So I'm talking too much, eh? Good night, kid.
You know, you're a fool to try to make that prison break, Marty.
Strictly.
Yeah. You think you can make it?
I told you it was a cinch.
All right. I'm going with you, Marty. There's something I've got to attend to outside.
All right, fall out, men. All right, kid. Everything's set. When it starts, we hit for the far wall under the watchtower.
I don't see how we're going to get away with it.
And now watch it. The screws keep moving.
Right.
Now, here's the way we work it. We're going to get a little help from the boys. When I give them the signal, they're going to start a little commotion down at that end of the yard.
Yeah.
That's our cue to head for the watchtower. We won't even be noticed. The guards will be busy with that phony fight.
Uh-huh.
Now, this is it, kid. All right, boys. Chip it.
Gotcha. Hey, you keep your hands down.
All right. Break it up, man. Break it up. Not too fast, kid. That guard there's got his eye on us.
He's suspicious. He's coming towards us.
Keep moving. If he tries to stop us, I'll take care of him.
Where'd you get that knife?
Never mind.
Just a moment, you two.
Oh, anything on your mind, guard?
You heard the whistle. Now get back to the exercise field and line up.
Sure.
Oh, you've killed him.
Now, I'm a little out of practice, but judging by my past experience, I think I've done just that.
Murder?
Sure. Come on, kid, let's get moving. Now, here, help me lift this stone. Come on, give me a hand. Don't stand there.
All right. All right.
It covers the entrance to an old water main. Leads into a stream outside the grounds. Once we're out, we're in the clear. Here. And there's the hole. Come on, in you go.
No.
Hey?
I've changed my mind.
It's too late for that on me now, kid. You're going through with this. Now get in there.
No, Marty. I'll wait. If I get out of here and find my uncle Judge Bartow has framed that marriage, I'll get him then.
I said you were yeller before, and I say it now. You're going through with this, kid. Right into my arms, Junior. Now I'll drag you through that tunnel. And when you come to, I'll flip you to see who kills the judge.
The two convicts who today escaped from the state prison through an abandoned water main after having killed a guard have not yet been apprehended. The men are Lifer Monty Lagarde and his cellmate, Paul Bartow, who, ironically enough, is a nephew of Judge Bartow, who sentenced them both to prison.
Nothing new
Both
on the radio.
men were
Switch
wearing
it off,
convict...
Margot. And there it is, Margot. That's the reason for the urgent phone call from Edwin to come to Cliff House.
Why, on account of the prison break?
Mm-hmm. They fear that Paul has broken out to avenge himself on his uncle, Judge Bartow. I'm trying to believe that all three secretly fear that they're in for danger.
All three, Lamont.
Judge Bartow, his ward Peggy Sanders, and Paul's stepbrother Edwin. You know, Margot, this whole business puzzles me. I knew Paul Bartow before he was sent to prison. He's not a killer. Not the criminal type at all.
Well, Lamont, wasn't there some talk at the time of his trial that his uncle deliberately sent him up to prison to get him out of the way?
But even so, I still can't believe Paul would do anything to his uncle.
Well, from a little bit I've seen of dear old uncle, I figured him to be rather an unpleasant person.
Well, perhaps a better word would be hasty, Margot. You see, 5 years ago, his verdict against Paul on the embezzlement charge was, I don't know, somebody right up ahead signaling with a flashlight for us to stop.
Well, do you think we'd better, Lamont, at this time of night?
Oh, don't worry, Margot.
That you, Lamont?
Yes? Oh, hello, Edwin.
Edwin, Paul's stepbrother?
Right.
Good to see you, Lamont. Hello, Margot.
Hello, Edwin.
Lamont, Paul is up at the house now.
Oh, I see. Is your uncle in the house, too?
Yes, Uncle John is there with Peggy.
Oh, how is Peggy? I haven't seen her lately.
She's fine, Margot. Lamont, things are very serious. Paul has accused Uncle John of trying to force Peggy to marry me. Of course, that's ridiculous.
Well, knowing your uncle as I do...
Well, Lamont, you know me, too. Think I'm the kind of a man who'd double-cross someone I like as much as I do Paul? Believe me, Peggy loves me now. Even if Paul never had been sent to prison, she'd still love me.
I see.
But Paul doesn't understand that.
Well, if that's true, it shouldn't be hard to make him understand it.
Margot, 4.5 years of prison can do a great deal to warp a man.
But just what did you want me to come here for, Edwin?
Well, I thought that you could reason with him, Lamont. You could persuade him to go back to prison and finish his term.
That's a big order.
You can do it, Lamont. He knows you and he respects you.
Well, I'll see what I can do, but meanwhile, Edwin, what about Monty Lagarde?
Who?
Paul's cellmate who made the break with him.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. As a matter of fact, Lamont, I haven't spoken directly to Paul. I've just heard him talking to Uncle John in the library.
Well, let's get up to the house, Edwin. See what we can do about this problem of yours.
Peggy! Oh, Peggy! She's probably locked herself in her room. She said she didn't want to face Paul again.
Can't say I blame her.
Paul must still be in the library with Uncle John. Right this way, Lamont.
Just a minute, Edwin. Wouldn't it be better if we told Paul that we're here first?
Very well. Just a moment. You keep quiet. I don't want to hear any more. I won't keep quiet.
You seem to be arguing.
Yes, I don't think it'd be advisable to go in now. Don't raise your voice in my presence, Paul.
I'm sick of listening to your lies. You've done enough to me already. You hear? You're not going to do it. I swear you won't do it.
Stop shouting.
I'll shout the rooftops if it pleases me.
I think we'd better go in
Get
there.
out of this house. This is the last time you threaten me. Oh, what are you doing? Oh!
Lamont, those shots.
Come on, let's go in.
Where are they?
Paul must have gone out through that open window.
Lamont.
Here, Cranston, here on the floor.
All right, just a minute now. Better let me examine him, Edwin.
Uncle John.
Your uncle is dead, Edwin.
Paul's murdered him, Lamont. I knew he would.
No. Get hold of yourself, Edwin.
Get hold of myself.
All right, now. Go downstairs. Phone for the police.
Oh. All right, Lamont, but it's a little late for them.
It seems you were wrong, Lamont, about Paul.
Yes. Looks like I was, Margot. Say, here's something interesting.
What is it, Lamont?
This window is at least 3 feet from the ground. If Paul jumped through here, he should have left footprints in the soft earth outside.
I should think so.
Well, there are no footprints out there.
All of which means he's still in the house. What was that? That's Edwin calling.
I guess you were right after all, Margot. Paul must still be in the house. Come on.
Thought you'd never find me way down here in the cellar.
You all right, Edwin?
Yes, I'm all right now.
Well, what happened, Edwin?
Paul tried to kill me. As I was calling the police, I heard a sound down here in the cellar, and I came down to investigate. Paul fired at me.
Well, where is he now?
I don't know. He could have escaped by that open window there.
Well, Edwin, I'm convinced now that your stepbrother, Paul... Oh! Down, both of you. He's still here.
Lamont, you've been shot.
I'm all right, Margot. I'm all right.
Lamont! He's dead. Paul's killed him.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act Two of Death Speaks Twice. You've heard the phrase, too little and too late. Did you ever think that might apply to you in the matter of heating your home? Too little coal on hand and the need realized too late. Don't let that happen to you. Shift the problem right now to the shoulders of your blue coal dealer. Get in touch with him. Tell him how much coal you have on hand and let him estimate what you'll need and take care of that need now. Blue coal, you know, is especially efficient because it's prepared particularly for home heating. It is delivered to your home in exactly the right size to suit the requirements of your furnace. There's nothing hit or miss about it. And for this reason, you enjoy more comfortable heating with blue coal. Every room in the house is kept at just the right temperature for both health and comfort. Not only that, but you'll save money, too. Yes, and here's something else. With the addition of the Blue Coal Automatic Heat Regulator, you'll also find you save time and effort in heating your home. The regulator will save you countless trips up and down stairs. When you talk to your Blue Coal dealer, ask him about the Blue Coal Heat Regulator. He'll tell you all about it and show you how it will save fuel and save steps for you. Call him tomorrow. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Now, back to the shadow.
Now just lie still, Lamont.
Where's Edwin? Is he all right?
Yes, he's gone to get the doctor.
And Paul?
He's escaped.
How did I get up here?
Edwin carried you up here to Peggy's room.
Oh.
What's that?
Sounds like it's coming from that closet. I'll see.
No, don't try to get up, Lamont.
I'm all right, Margot.
Lamont, please. Oh.
It's Peggy. Here, quick, Margot. Untie her. Take that gag out of her mouth.
All right. Wait a minute now. Let's see if I can get this untied. There.
Oh, Lamont, Margot. Oh, thank heavens.
Lamont, she's going to faint.
Here, Peggy, may I?
No. I'm all right now. You, Lamont, you've been shot.
It's nothing, Peggy. Just a flesh wound.
How did it happen?
Paul fired at him.
Oh, no. No, he...
Yes, Peggy, I think he did.
I was afraid.
Oh, Peggy, you better sit down.
Thank you.
Yeah, no. How do you feel? Well enough to tell us what happened?
I don't remember much. I was downstairs, and there was a knock at the door. When I opened it, Paul was standing there. And another man, an ugly, terrible-looking man.
Did Paul call this man's name?
I don't remember.
Marty LaGorte?
I don't think he called him by name, Margot. Paul asked where Uncle was. He was acting so strangely. He hardly recognized me. I was afraid to tell him, but he heard Uncle in the library and forced his way in.
Did this other man go with him?
No, he didn't. He clamped his hand over my mouth and started choking me. I guess I must have fainted because that's all I remember until you found me in the closet.
Well, Peggy, did you know that your uncle was murdered?
No. No, that can't be. Who would want it? Wasn't Paul. No. No, it couldn't have been Paul. You hear me?
Well, Cranston, we checked the gun against the bullets that were used to kill Judge Bartow, and this is the murder weapon, all right.
There's no doubt in my mind, Commissioner Weston, that Paul did it.
No. No, Edwin, you mustn't say that.
Well, it's true, Peggy.
Commissioner, I think that
Cranston, this is an open and shut case. Paul Bartow murdered his uncle, and that's that. Now, if we
you're
can
not
just...
paying attention. I bid 2 clubs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I bid 2 spades.
What's that?
You know,
I'm
it's the silliest
sorry.
thing, but
I'm so nervous I must have switched on the recording machine by mistake.
Those voices on that record familiar?
Well, they ought to be, Margot. They're yours and Lamont's.
What goes here?
Oh, it's just a little hobby of mine. I have a recording machine. I like to catch fragments of conversation and play them back later, just as a joke.
Oh.
I made that record of you and Lamont over a year ago, Margot.
Aha! Keeping a permanent record that I don't pay attention when playing bridge.
Well, this
huh?
isn't getting us anyplace. Miss Sanders, you've known Paul Bartow since he was in his childhood. Now, where do you think? I know he's still somewhere in the neighborhood.
Hyde? Well, he... Why, I wouldn't know.
Commissioner, if you'll forgive me, you do know that Marty Lagotte escaped with Paul Bartow.
That I do.
Well, it may have been Lagotte who murdered Judge Bartow and took that pot shot at me. After all, Lagotte had equal motive to kill Judge Bartow.
Now, look, Cranston, I'm convinced it was Paul Bartow. I'm going to send out an alarm, and I'll have him here in 24 hours.
Margot, keep watch at that window, will you, please? I'm sure that Peggy Sanders will try to leave this house tonight. I'm going to follow her. She knows where Paul would be hiding.
So that's why she acted so strangely when Commissioner Weston questioned her this afternoon.
It was obvious that she was covering up.
Well, then you think that she's still in love with Paul.
I'm sure of it. In spite of what Edwin says, she's...
Wait a minute. Lamont, you're right. Peggy's just slipped out the side, and she's taking the path that leads down to the ocean.
I'm going to follow her.
Oh, no, you're not. The doctor said you're not to leave this room.
But I've got to follow her, Margot.
Suppose I follow her, Lamont.
Oh, it's too dangerous for you.
If I were afraid of danger, I wouldn't pal around with you. I'm going after
Now,
her.
Margot, you're...
And you're staying right where you are.
You know, Marty, my head hurts.
I told you, Paul, you heard it when you fell down.
How did we get here?
You brought me here.
Funny, I don't remember anything after we made that prison break. Funny, though, this place.
It's a cave.
This cave and this beach look very familiar.
Yeah, they ought to. You grew up around here. Back up there in the cliff is your uncle's house.
Oh. I remember now. Peggy and I used to play here when we were kids.
Hey, now look, we haven't eaten for 17 hours. I'm going to go and get us some grub.
Oh, they'll spot you in a minute in those prison clothes.
Not if I stay out of sight. I'll be back in an hour.
Huh? Oh. My head hurts. Everything's so jumbled up.
Paul?
Huh?
Paul!
What was that?
Oh, Paul.
Oh, Peggy.
Oh, my darling. I waited until that man left. Paul, you look ill.
Hey, it's just my head. Marty said I fell.
Did he bring you here?
Yes. No, I brought him here. I don't remember. It's so hard to think.
Oh, you've got to get away from here. They're going to arrest you for Uncle John's murder.
Uncle John's murder?
Yes.
I don't remember. I wanted to. He was forcing one.
Paul, did you kill him?
I don't know, Peggy. Maybe I did. Who's that? Who did you bring with you?
Why, I didn't bring... Margot Lane, you followed me here.
Peggy, forgive me for spying on you, but I want to help you.
You can help me by not mentioning this to anyone.
Well, what will you do?
I'm going to help Paul get away from the police.
Oh, running away won't help. He'll be caught eventually.
She's right, Peg. It's useless. We can't stay in this cave forever.
Margot, Judge Bartow tried to poison my mind, make me hate Paul, make me marry Edwin. But I can't.
That's a sad story, Miss Sanders.
Oh.
Marty. Yeah, Paul, your old friend Marty. It was nice of you to invite company to our hideout cave while I was gone. Too bad you're not going to be around to enjoy it.
What do you mean?
I mean that I just called Commissioner Weston on the phone and made a deal with him. If I bring you in, they'll go easy on me when the case comes to trial.
What?
You're clever, aren't you, Marty?
Sure I am. My story that I told the commissioner on the phone was that I tried to keep you from breaking jail. And when you did go, I went after you to bring you back. Simple enough?
Just a little too simple, Marty LaGorte.
Oh, so you got a gun. Why, you don't think that I'm going to be afraid
Stop coming toward me, or I'll fire.
A dame with a little pop gun?
I warned you.
And your little pop gun won't work, eh? That's too bad. Now I'm boss around here. I give the orders and my revolver works. What?
Marty LaGorte.
Hey, who said that?
The Shadow, Marty LaGorte. Don't look for me. The Shadow cannot be seen.
What do you want of me, Shadow?
I want to commend the leopard who changed his spots. So you're working for the police, eh, Marty?
Sure. Sure, that's right.
Good for you.
Shadow, you don't understand.
I understand perfectly, Miss Lane. Come, Marty. We're all going back to Cliff House where Commissioner Weston and Edwin Bartow are waiting for you.
Hey, now, wait a minute,
Don't you understand, Marty? Bring your prisoner back to the police and receive the reward for your efforts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Shadow. After all, I am working for the police.
But, Shadow...
This should be interesting, Miss Lane, and quite surprising.
Marty LaGorte promised that he'd be here in 15 minutes.
And he said he was bringing Paul with him?
Yeah, I don't get it. Here's this lifer, Marty LaGorte, turning straight and helping the police.
All right, get in there, you.
Well, Marty, I see you brought Paul Bartow with you and Miss Lane and Miss Saunders.
Commissioner, here's your prisoner.
Why don't you say something, Paul? Defend yourself.
Oh, what's the use, Peg? I haven't a chance.
Not a chance, Paul Bartow. The law gives every man a chance.
Shadow, what are you doing here?
The Shadow?
Thought I might be of some assistance, Commissioner.
Well, you're too late. I've already solved this crime.
Sure of that, are you?
I've got a corpse, witnesses, and the murderer. What more do you want?
Who is the murderer?
This fella here, Paul Bartow.
That's where you're wrong, Commissioner.
Now listen, Shadow, this is an open and shut case.
I agree with you.
You do? Well, that's very nice. You agree.
The murderer is right in this room. But he isn't Paul Bartow.
Now look, Shadow, my witnesses heard Paul Bartow threaten to shoot his uncle, and they heard the shots.
Did it sound like this?
I'm sick of listening to your lies. You've said enough to me already, do you hear? You're not going to do it. I swear you won't do it.
Stop shouting. Turn that off. Turn it off.
Shout to the rooftops if that pleases me. You can't stop me. Get out of this room. Get out of this house. This is the last time you'll threaten me. Paul, what are you doing? Paul!
Is that what your witness heard, Commissioner?
What was that?
A recording. Played from that loudspeaker concealed in the wall. A recording that was devised by the real murderer, Edwin Bartow, to make his stepbrother, Paul, look guilty.
No, I don't know anything about it.
Edwin, with the aid of his accomplice, Marty LaGorte.
Edwin, you...
Stop LaGorte, Commissioner. He's trying to get away.
Stop or I'll fire. I kill him?
No, Commissioner. He'll live to pay his debt to society. As for our friend Edwin Bartow, I think you'll have no trouble getting a confession out of him now.
Coming. Oh, Lamont, come in.
Thank you.
Well?
Good news, Margot. Edwin Bartow confessed to everything, even the embezzlement. Marty LaGorte confessed to killing the prison guard and attempting to kill me in the cellar that night. Paul will be a free man any day now. And, Peggy was at police headquarters this morning. I don't believe I've ever seen anyone as happy as she is.
Oh, I'm so glad, Lamont.
Well, I guess I'll be running along now. You see, I have...
wait a minute, Lamont.
What?
You promised to tell me all about the case as soon as it was cleared up.
But you know the whole thing, Margot. Edwin had killed Judge Bartow before we even got there that night. The quarrel we heard was a recording that Edwin had made a long time ago of a dispute between his uncle and Paul. He played it for us to make us witnesses against his stepbrother.
And Paul wasn't even in the house at the time?
No, poor chap. The crack that Monty LeGort had given him over the head when they broke prison had given him temporary loss of memory. He was in the cave unconscious while Edwin and Monty LeGort carefully built up a case of murder against him.
Well, what did Monty LeGort hope to gain by helping Edwin?
His parole for catching a so-called murderer. Edwin had talked him into persuading Paul to escape. You see, they needed their framed murderer close to the scene of the crime to definitely pin the crime on him.
Came close to succeeding, Lamont.
Yes, Margot, much too close. But you know, there's an old saying that murder will out. No matter how cunningly planned or brilliantly executed, murder has a way of pointing to the guilty one and demanding payment.
An important real-life drama of America at War will be presented immediately after a message from John Barclay, Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On blustery, windy days like we've been having lately, I sometimes hear folks say, we just can't seem to get our house warm, that we burn plenty of coal. Well, friends, most likely they're losing all the heat up the chimney instead of getting it in their rooms where they need it. That may sound serious, but it's really easy to overcome. 9 times out of 10, it's due to the turn damper being set wrong. And this can be corrected in a jiffy. So if you are getting all the nice, cozy warmth and comfort you want in your home, just do this. Call your Blue Coal dealer and tell him about it. He'll send a John Barclay serviceman right over to help you. You see, this man's whole job is to look over your heating plant, find out what is wrong, and tell you how to fix it. He sincerely wants you to get all the useful heat possible from the coal you burn. And remember, this friendly Blue Coal service is yours for the asking. So if you have heating troubles of any kind, by all means call your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer and ask him to send his John Barclay serviceman. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. What are you doing to aid civilian defense?
I'm an air raid warden.
I'm helping the Red Cross.
I'm an auxiliary firefighter.
Every civilian, regardless of training, regardless of occupation, has a place waiting for him in civilian defense. Don't be a shirker. Don't expect your neighbors to do the whole job. Get in touch right away, today or tomorrow, with your local civilian defense headquarters. You'll find there is a place for you in America's all-out war effort. Remember that it's up to you to help prove to the gangster nations that in the world, just as in the community,
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in...
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Linda. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. I've got to take a toy away from a baby. Someone just bought this baby a gun, and unless I stop her, she figures to get quite a bang out of it.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels, then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the missing miss. In just a moment, you'll hear the latest adventure of the Falcon. But first, here's important news for you from the makers of Kraft Quality Foods. Today on this program, we're making the first nationwide radio announcement of a wonderful new product brought to you by Kraft. Yes, a brand new member of the Kraft family of fine foods. At this point, we're not even going to tell you what the new product is. We're saving that for our next announcement, but be sure to keep tuned to this program. Listen for the big news from Kraft in just a few minutes. And now, the case of the missing miss. It is late Saturday afternoon, and a short, heavy-set boy in a dirty trench coat makes his way to the 12th floor suite of Senator Arthur Blake. And when he comes to the door, he feels at his left shoulder where the outline of a holster can be seen. Then, obviously reassured he hasn't forgotten the tools of his trade, he knocks on the senator's door.
Just a second. Yes?
Is Senator Blake in?
Well, I'm afraid he's busy at the moment. Can I help you? I'm Marion Crane's secretary.
Nice. Where is he, in there?
Just a moment, Mr.
Darling.
I don't remember making an appointment for you.
Don't let it worry you, Miss Crane. I make my own.
Marion, would you be good enough to... Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. I didn't realize we had a visitor.
Hello, Senator.
How do you do, sir?
I hate to break in on you like this, but it can't be helped. My name is Dowling.
Dowling? Are you?
No, I'm not one of your constituents. I'm with the FBI.
The FBI?
That's right, honey.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Dowling?
You can get your things and come along with me.
I'm afraid I don't understand, sir.
You don't, Senator? You ever hear of an outfit called Premium Oil?
Premium Oil? No, I don't believe I have.
How about a party named Jean Colbert?
No.
That's very strange, Senator, because our investigation shows you helped Colbert sell over $8 million worth of petroleum products to the Navy during the war.
Well, my good man is selling oil to the Navy, a violation of the law?
It is when Colbert and his phony company never delivered even a jar of Vaseline for all that dough.
Well, there must be some mistake.
Could be. Suppose you take that up with my chief.
I'll be glad to, Mr. Dowling. If you'll excuse me for a moment.
Wait a minute, Senator. Where are you going?
Just to get my briefcase. I left it in the bedroom. I assure you I have no intention of escaping.
Okay.
Mr. Dowling.
Yeah?
Are you from the Washington Bureau or the local office?
What difference is... You hear something then?
Yes, came from the bedroom.
Is there a fire escape in there?
No. Senator!
Get away from that window, Blake. Stay where you are, Mr. Dowling. If you take one more step...
Now listen, Blake, quit bluffing and climb down off that window ledge.
So you think I'm bluffing?
No, Senator, don't!
Well, hello, Lindsay. You know you're not supposed to come to my apartment unless I have something for you.
Well, I got something for you, Lindsay. Senator Blake just committed suicide.
What are you talking about?
Haven't you seen the afternoon papers?
No.
Well, take a look.
Senator Arthur Blake commits suicide. Head of Contract Negotiation Committee dies in 12-story leap. So what?
Well, don't you get it, Lindsay? This is all tied up with premium oil.
Is that what it says?
Oh, no, but that's the way it figures. Senator Blake was my contact.
Senator Blake?
Yeah. I relayed all the instructions I got from you to him.
Well, you're out of your mind, Horrell. There's nothing wrong with premium oil.
Oh, sure there is. I've been convinced of that for a year.
Well, then why didn't you talk up before?
I don't know. Maybe the money was too good. Or maybe I was afraid.
Oh, you're wrong, Horrell.
Now, don't be a chump. If premium oil was on the up and up, why would they go for all this hocus-pocus?
What hocus-pocus?
Well, nobody in this setup knows anyone else but the party he gets his instructions from.
Well, I guess that just prevents leaks.
You don't believe that any more than I do. Now, listen, Lindsay, we got to compare notes. Who's the guy you get your instructions from?
I can't tell you.
Now, don't be a sap, friend. We're playing with dynamite. Who's your contact?
Jean Colbert.
You got to get in touch with him.
I can't.
You got to.
But you don't understand, Horrell. I've never seen this Colbert. Whenever he's got any message for me, he writes.
Well, then he must be the head man in this racket.
Now, don't call it that.
Why? You got a better name? We gotta face it, Lindsay. They've just been using us for tools.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it.
Yes, there is, too. I'm gonna get a private detective.
I think you're making a mistake, Horrell.
No, I should have done it a long time ago. You with me?
No, I'm going to sit quiet for a while.
You better change your mind, Lindsay. There's plenty of time for that when you're dead.
Yeah?
I'd like to talk. Mr. Warren, my name is Edward Horrell. Saw you on Sunday, but I need...
Someone else.
Someone else?
Sure, in a city as big as New York, there must be at least 2 private detectives.
Well, you don't understand, Warren. Did you read about Senator Blake's suicide?
What about it?
I'm the boy who paid him off.
What are you yapping about?
Another fellow named Kenneth Lindsay and myself were employed by Premium Oil, you see. But we didn't know what kind of a racket it was. As a matter of fact, Lindsay still isn't convinced.
And how come you are?
Well, I've been doing a little checking on my own.
Well, if you've got any information, Horrell, you should turn it over to the proper authorities. Where do you live?
I'm at the Kimberly, apartment 4A.
You there now?
Yeah.
Well, don't do any more talking on the phone. Your wire may be tapped. I'll be there in half an hour.
That you, Warren?
Yeah.
Okay. Come in.
Thanks.
I didn't expect you for another 20 minutes. Let me take you.
What's the matter, Horrell?
You're not wearing.
Ain't I?
No. I've seen...
Goes better with my complexion?
Listen, mister, what? You're darn right I am, especially since I've been listening to the radio.
What do you mean?
Well, according to what I just heard, before Senator Blake committed suicide, an FBI agent dropped around to see him.
So?
So after Blake jumped, this character told Blake's secretary to stay where she was and he'd go get the police. P.S. He never come back. The cops think he was a phony.
And you think that was me, hmm?
Well, he meets your description. Heavy set boy in a khaki trench coat.
Well, I guess there's only one way I can prove it to you. You want to see my credentials?
Well, that might be a good idea.
Okay, Horrell. Now, what does this look like?
Hey, what's the idea of the gun?
You asked to see it.
I was right.
Yeah. But I don't think it'll do you much good.
You killed Senator Blake.
No, he was obliging enough to save me the trouble. You see, my department...
Your department?
Yeah. The Department of Dead Ends. I'm what you might call the cleanup man for Premium Oil.
You're not fooling me. You're Jean Colbert.
Who?
Jean Colbert.
I don't seem to recall that name.
How about Kenneth Lindsay?
Glad you reminded me. I got to see him next. Suppose we get this over with.
Listen, darling. Can't we talk this over?
I don't think so.
Well, for Pete's sake, what can you lose?
You wouldn't be trying to stall me, would you, Horrell?
Why should I?
Seems to me you mentioned something about a fellow named Waring being due here.
Oh, well, I was wrong.
You said it, Horrell. You were wrong. Dead wrong.
Now, darling, look, I'll give you... Give
me what? Too bad. Guess I'll never know.
Yes?
Mr. Kenneth Lindsay?
That's right.
Edward Horrell gave me your name.
Oh, well, come in.
I guess there is such a thing as luck.
I beg your pardon?
There are 8 Kenneth Lindsays in the phone book, and the first time out I get the right one.
Now, look, Mr...
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. My name is Mike Waring. I'm working for Horrell.
Then he did hire a detective.
Yep.
Oh. Sit down.
Thanks.
Drink?
Yes, I could stand one after seeing Horrell.
Why didn't you, bring him along?
Cops thought he'd be much more comfortable at the morgue. I think you dropped something, Lindsay.
Is this your idea of a joke, Waring?
About Horrell? Hardly. He was murdered an hour ago.
Who did it?
Don't you know?
If Horrell told you I knew anything about Jean Colbert...
Jean Colbert? Who's he?
Well, didn't Horrell mention him?
No, he only gave me your name. That's why I said I was lucky to find you.
Suppose I've said now you've got the wrong one.
Well, it'd be a little late now. I spotted you for the right one the second I looked into this room.
How?
Well, you've got 5 afternoon papers here, and they're all turned to the account of Senator Blake's death.
You're pretty smart, aren't you?
No, not nearly enough. That's why I need your help.
Well, I can't tell you a thing, and even if I could, I wouldn't pick you for a confidant.
No, don't be a fool, Lindsay.
I told Horrell to keep his mouth shut.
That didn't make any difference. Use your head. Blake is dead, and so is Horrell. How long do you think you've got?
Well, there may be something in what you say.
Well, of course there is. Now, Horrell got his orders from you, didn't he?
Yes.
And you got them from this Jean Colbert?
That's right.
Who is he?
I don't know. I never saw them. Heard from him through the mail.
Have you got any of his letters here?
Well, yes, but I don't think they'll do you any good. They're all typewritten.
May I have them?
Yeah, sure.
All right, now I want to get one thing straight. After you gave Horrell his instructions, he forwarded them to Senator Blake, right?
That's what Horrell told me. None of us knew any link in the chain except the one next to him.
Well, the senator must have kept some sort of records.
Well, I wouldn't know.
Well, didn't the paper say something about his having a secretary?
Yes, her name is Marion Crane, but you don't think she can shed any light on the subject?
You never can tell, Lindsay. For all we know, she may be the original lady with the lamp. Let's hope she can show us the way. And now, here's the news we promised you. Big news from Kraft. It's the nationwide radio premiere of a wonderful new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft-prepared salad dressings. Now, you know that there are some salad dressings that no one else makes quite like you. You know, too, that many of your prized cooking and baking recipes call for liquid shortening. You also know that for best results, you must use only the best ingredients. And that's why the introduction of Kraft Salad Oil is the most exciting kitchen news in years. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil. It's fresh and pure as summer sunshine. Lighter bodied, too, because Kraft Salad Oil is not just refined, it's super refined. It's produced by a special new superfining process created by Kraft. Because it's lighter bodied, it blends quickly and perfectly with other ingredients in your salad dressings. Adds crusty tenderness to things you fry, heavenly fluffiness and moistness to things you bake. Yes, you'll put new magic into your finest recipes with new. Look for the bottle with the beautiful Your Grocers. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Lindsay gave Mike Waring the lead to Marion Crane, Senator Blake's secretary. And now as we find that little lady, she's obviously got her hands full.
23 left, 32 right. What do you know? Works.
That's not nice, Angel.
Who are you?
Name is Waring, Miss Crane.
Don't you believe in knocking?
Well, I didn't want to disturb you. I thought you might be busy. Looks like I showed good judgment there, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
Well, I'll leave it to you, Angel. Now, what secretary would want to be heckled while she's opening her boss's safe?
I was just getting some of my things.
Well, it's awfully nice of the senator to let you keep all those bonds in there.
Look, Mr. Waring, what business is this of yours?
I'm a private detective, Miss Crane. I'm working for the late Edward Horrell.
The late? You mean Horrell's dead?
Then you did know him, huh?
You know about Colbert.
If I did, I wouldn't have to ask you who he was.
Then why do you want to find him?
Because I've got evidence he's responsible for Horrell's death.
Look, Waring, but I wouldn't things that don't concern me.
Well, that's very good. Safe.
Get out.
Okay, Miss Crane. Don't think it hasn't been nice.
I know, because it hasn't.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, Angel. In fact, I was so delighted, I'm going to tell all my friends about you, especially those in the police force.
Yeah, you do that. 3, 8, 2, 4, 3, 1.
Yeah?
Hello, is that you, Woolsey?
Who's this?
Marion Crane.
What's up, Marion?
You better get a wire out to number 1. Private detective named Mike Waring just looked in on me.
The Falcon? That sounds interesting.
He said he had evidence against Jean Colbert. I think he's asking for trouble.
Okay, Marion, if that's what Mr. Waring wants, it should be easy enough to oblige him. I'll be glad to do my part.
Hiya, Pappy. Huh? Well, I'm glad to see you made yourself at home.
I didn't think you'd mind wearing. Shut the door.
Now, listen, mister.
Shut it. And your mouth, too, while you're at it. Now, be a good boy and sit right down on that sofa where I can watch you. Right there. That's close enough.
Is that the gun that killed Harrell?
How would you like to find out firsthand?
Now, don't bother. What's your name, friend?
I've got several wearing. You can call me anything you like.
You know, you're leaving yourself wide open.
Look who's talking. Listen, wearing it. Who's that?
You have no idea.
Get rid of him.
Okay.
And remember, if you crack out a turn, I'm right behind you.
Hello, Waring. Can I come in?
Well, I'm awfully busy.
Oh, I just wanted to hear how you made out with Blake's secretary.
Well, I'll call you in the morning, Lindsay.
Wait a minute. Your name Lindsay?
What? Yes.
Come on in.
Yes, but Waring said...
Mr. Waring just changed his mind.
Hey, he's got a gun.
That's what changed it. I've been meaning to look in on you, friend. I'm glad you spared me the trip.
Say, what's going on here?
Don't you get it, Lindsay?
If he don't now, he never will.
Why, you know...
No, look out, Lindsay!
Oh.
Lindsay. Let him lay, Waring. I want to finish that little talk we started.
What do you want?
You've been asking an awful lot of questions about a party named John Colbert.
So?
So I don't like it.
Well, that's tough. Give me 24 hours and I'll know who he is.
Maybe you've got some sort of evidence?
Maybe.
Letters?
Perhaps.
I want him, Waring.
Well, I can't blame you for that.
Look, do you turn him over like a nice boy, or do you have to be coaxed? Oh! Don't kill him. What about those letters, Waring?
I haven't got them.
I hope you got plenty of endurance, because, brother, you're going to need it.
You gonna lay there all night, Mike, or you gonna tell me what happened?
Oh, look, I told you all I could, Sergeant. Next thing I knew, you and Harris were pouring scotch down my... Hey, where is Harris?
I sent him on an errand.
Is Lindsay all right?
Yeah, the doc had to take a couple of stitches in the scalp, but after that he was able to leave. Any idea who Tough Boy was?
No, I don't think he's local.
You might be surprised. Was he short, stocky, about 5'7", blonde hair, and very white skin?
Yeah, that's the boy.
I thought so.
You know him, Corbett?
Fairly well. His name is Joe Dowling.
Dowling?
Alias Joe Denton, alias Jerry Davis. Shall I continue?
No, never mind. I get the idea. What gets me is why Dowling didn't stick around to finish the job.
What job?
Well, I got the impression he was going to kill Lindsay.
Oh, then Mr. Lindsay can thank me for saving his life. I was on my way up to see you, and I had him ring you from downstairs. When Dowling heard me coming, he must have beat it out the back way. Now, let's get back to those letters from Colbert. Dowling got them, huh?
Yeah, they were in my pocket all along. I was a sucker not to give them to him when he first asked.
Why?
Well, there was nothing in those letters that was the least bit incriminating. Didn't tell us a thing about Jean Colbert.
You must be wrong, Mike. Dowling didn't do that job on you for nothing.
Say, wait a minute, Sergeant. I've got a hunch.
That may be for me. Hello. Yes, this is Sergeant Corbett. When, Harris? You sure? Okay, you know what to do. Now, what were you saying, Mike?
I think I know who Jean Colbert is.
Oh.
Dowling.
You're nuts.
Now, listen, Sergeant, it makes sense. I tell you this. Joe Dowling and Jean Colbert are one and the same.
There's only one thing wrong with that theory, Mike.
You'll have to show it to me.
Okay, come down to the morgue.
What for?
That was Harris who just phoned in. He found Dowling's body 20 minutes ago. Now, you satisfied?
Don't forget, tomorrow will be your first chance to try marvelous new Kraft Salad Oil on sale now at your grocer's. Use this new superfine, lighter-bodied oil for those wonderful homemade salad dressings that no one can make quite like you. Use it in those wonderful chiffon cakes you take such pride in. Use it in all your cooking or baking recipes that call for liquid shortening. Get Kraft Salad Oil in either the pint or quart bottle tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 10 minutes have passed since Mike advanced his theory that Joe Dowling and Jean Colbert were one and the same and had it promptly explode in his face. And so great is the Falcon's disappointment that even hard-hearted Sergeant Corbett is touched.
Come on, snap out of it, Mike. We all make mistakes. You just abuse the privilege.
Well, I don't suppose there's any doubt that the body Harris found is really Dowling, huh?
None whatsoever. Dowling was just taking orders from Colbert like Lindsay, Harrell, and Blake.
Did they find Colbert's letters on Dowling's body?
No.
Then I was wrong, Corbett.
Nice of you to admit it.
No, I mean when I said that the letters were unimportant. Colbert had to have them back. Now, why?
Don't ask me. I never saw them.
Well, they certainly looked innocent enough to me.
How about secret writing?
Oh, there was no need for that. If you knew what Colbert was getting at, the meaning was obvious. There were 3 of them. They were all identical. All they said was, Dear Lindsay, enclosed, please find $25,000 for Harrell's account. Will you see that he gets it? And they were signed John Colbert. Wait a minute. Hold everything.
Now, don't tell me you've got another brainstorm.
Yeah, look. Suppose I told you that Jean Colbert was a woman.
You better lay down, Mike.
Now, listen to me, Sergeant. Nobody's ever seen Colbert. The only trace we have is those letters.
So?
So that's why Colbert had to have them back. Because sooner or later, somebody was bound to realize the fallacy. Now, look. How do you spell the French name, Jean?
Jean.
And how do you pronounce that in English?
Jean.
Hey, why, you see what I mean? It can be a girl's name, too.
But where's there a woman in this case?
How about Senator Blake's secretary?
Marion Crane?
Yes. Though I've never been known to pass up a pretty gal, this one you can take.
Let me understand you, gentlemen. You think that I am Jean Colbert?
No, not Jean Colbert, Miss Crane. Jean Colbert.
No, that's very funny, Mr. Waring.
I'm glad you find it amusing.
Oh, I do, Sergeant. You're basing your entire case on that?
No. There were several other things that gave you away.
Such as?
Well, finding you at the senator's safe.
Anything else?
Well, once I realized that Jean was a woman's name, it all added up. You went to work for Senator Blake just to keep tabs on him.
Why did I hire Lindsay and Harrell?
Because you didn't want any trail leading back to you. Then when you heard there was an investigation afoot to look into premium oil, you thought it time to dissolve your organization.
So I hired Dowling, and then when he did his job, I got rid of him.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm. You know, Mr. Waring, this only goes to prove that there is something in woman's intuition.
Huh?
I had a feeling you were going to be an awful nuisance.
Well, I'm glad to say you were right. Okay, Marion, whenever you're ready.
Ready?
Yes, I think Sergeant Corbett is willing to call it tonight, so suppose we start for headquarters.
No. I'm staying right here.
I've got $5 to say you're wrong.
Well, put it up and we'll leave it to the sergeant.
Watch it. Corbett, don't let it get to that purse.
I only want to get my wallet and show him this.
Holy cow.
Well, what is it?
You and your theories. Give her the $5.
What are you talking about?
Haven't you ever seen a card like this before?
No, what?
Well, I have, and it says that the bearer, Miss Marion Crane, is an agent of the Department of Justice.
It doesn't make sense, Waring. You say Senator Blake's secretary was a federal agent?
Yes, she was a plant, Lindsay.
Well, couldn't she have forged those credentials?
No, Sergeant Corbett has already checked Washington. She's been with him since 45.
Well, where do we go from here?
Well, the sergeant and I have been talking it over, and we've come to one conclusion.
What?
We're never going to find Colbert.
Well, you can't give up now.
Well, what else can we do? Colbert will never be found for one simple reason.
Why?
He doesn't exist.
What are you talking about?
He's the little man who wasn't there.
I don't follow you, Mike.
He's just a figment of the imagination.
Whose?
Yours, Lindsay.
What?
Yes, you were the boy who dreamed him up. You gave him life, breadth, and dimension. What a pity you can't arrange to have him take those 10,000 votes instead of you.
I'm sorry if I was rough on you, Mike.
Oh, that's all right, Marion. But must we talk about that now?
Yes, we must. You know, our office was working on this case for months, and you could have ruined everything.
Well, you don't have to rub it in.
How did you realize Lindsay was our boy?
Well, when I found out you were a government agent, suddenly occurred to me what a beautiful swindle Lindsay was in a position to work. All we had was his word and several letters that there was actually such a person as Colbert. Lindsay pretended to be just another cog in the wheel.
Sure, by pretending to follow orders like the rest, he could mask as an innocent tool like Rel.
Mm-hmm.
You think Dowling knew who he was?
Yes, he was the only one. That's why Lindsay had to kill him.
So why did Dowling slug him in your apartment?
Well, that was a cheap enough price for Lindsay to pay to convince me he was on the up and up. But you'd be surprised what put me on the right track.
What?
I mentioned to you that I had evidence pointing to Colbert.
Huh?
Well, if you didn't send Dowling around to pick it up, the only other party who could have done it was Lindsay. He was the only other one who knew about the letters.
Then actually they were valueless.
Oh, sure. Lindsay wrote them just to cover himself.
Well, guess that takes care of everything.
Well, not quite. There's still one thing about this case that bothers me.
What?
You.
Do I really bother you that much, Mike?
Oh, you have no idea, Angel.
What's there about me that disturbs you so?
Well, there's your face, your figure, and most of all...
Yes?
That $5 you won from me on that bet. That I'll never get over.
Folks, here's a suggestion for all of you who like and want good candy. Keep Kraft caramels on hand wherever you are, at home for all the family to enjoy, at work to pass around among friends, and even in the pocket of your car to enjoy a delightful candy bite while driving. Follow this suggestion, and whenever you get a yen for good candy, pop a yummy, chewy, soft Kraft caramel into your mouth. Or whenever you feel tired, eat a Kraft caramel. This fine candy gives you real energy in a hurry. There's plenty of nourishing milk in Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels, besides the other fine, pure ingredients. So they're good for you. Ask for Kraft caramels in the big thrifty bag at your grocery store, and get the 6-piece bar for a nickel at your candy counter. Either way, you can't miss a real taste treat. Kraft caramel. The Case of the Big Talker. The Case of the Big Talker. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that to protect yourself from a loudmouth, sometimes you have to use a silencer. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast.
Fred Allen and Judy Holliday visit the big show today on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Hello, sweetheart. It's only me.
Oh, Sam. Why so modest?
Women, Effie. Age cannot weather nor custom stale their infinite variety.
Huh?
Against their incalculable wiles, mere man is a leaf in the wind.
Oh, Sam, do you really... Oh. Who was she and how windy was it?
Cyclonic, Effie. We had to close every window in the house.
But
If you will just contain your natural feminine curiosity for a few moments, I'll be right down to dictate my report on the bow window caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. To every man who says, I don't use a hair tonic or I don't believe in a hair tonic, I say this. Decide for yourself, but don't decide until you've tried Wild Root Cream Oil, the entirely different hair tonic. There's not a drop of alcohol in Wild Root Cream Oil, and it contains soothing lanolin. What's more, it grooms your hair the right way, neatly and naturally. So get the big economy-size bottle and the handy new tube at your drug or toilet goods counter. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Bow window. A bow window.
Bow window is a bay window that you look into instead of out of.
Look into instead of out. Oh. Oh, Sam.
Get your book, Panther Girl, and slink on in.
What was she trying to see through the bow window? I mean, whose house was it?
Her own.
But if it was her own house, then why would she
It just goes to show you, darling, what some women will stoop to.
It does?
There was a low window.
Oh. Well, whenever you're ready, Sam.
Date November 10.
9th.
9th. Correct. 1947. To Dr. Helmut Ries.
I was right for once.
Yeah. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the bow window caper. Dear Dr. Ries, I know that this report will not make pleasant reading for you, but you paid for it, so here it is. As far as I was concerned, it all started on Thursday morning when you called at my office. From your story, I gathered it had been going on for some time.
You will say these are merely the actions of a jealous woman, Mr. Spade. But I assure you there's more to it than that. It must be a carefully thought-out plan to ruin my career, my whole life.
In what way, Dr. Reese?
She spies on my private consultations. Insults my women patients. I can no longer even keep a nurse for more than a week at a time. Scenes, hysterics, outbursts of violence. I cannot continue my work under such conditions.
Well, why don't you give her a divorce?
Why, no. This is not her desire. If it were, it would be simple. No, she wants to bring me to ruin. She wants to see me on my knees in front of the populace.
Why?
That is what I want to find out. Why?
Doctor, I think you ought to take this case to a head doctor.
I have consulted a psychiatrist. He examined her. She's perfectly competent mentally. So you see, there is here already some mystery, for which one comes to a detective.
How long has this been going on, Dr. Reese?
Since 3 months only. But in this time, she has reduced me to utter desolation.
Dr. Reese was a very good divorce lawyer right down the hall from my office.
No. I discussed the matter of a divorce with her a few days back. This was her answer. You see, a receipt for the purchase of a gun. And this note in her handwriting.
I hope you will not force me to use this. Esther.
Yes.
What do you think she has in mind? Murder or suicide?
She refused to discuss it. But one thing I have noticed. Since she has bought this gun, a new development. A strange man watches my house. Several times I have caught him following me.
Well, she might have hired a detective to check on whether you visit a lawyer.
Perhaps it is very simple, but it is all too strange to be harmless.
I half-heartedly agreed that it might be, Dr. Reese, and when you checked for $100 didn't bounce, I went to work wholeheartedly. I reached your house on Pacific Avenue just as the street lights were going on. It's a quiet neighborhood, so I could hear it before I got close enough to read the number on the door.
This is nasty. Get out. Get out of this house. Get out. You have no... Get out.
They seemed to be slugging their way toward the back of the house, so I decided to risk an entrance. I found the doorbell, and I was about to punch it when I caught sight of your mystery man. He was crouched in a clump of shrubbery that grew under the bow window at the corner of the house. He was still there with his eyes glued to the window when I walked up behind him.
Hey, let go of me. Let go.
Come on, you're going inside.
Listen, I'm not just a snooper.
I didn't say you were. I'm just inviting you inside for a better look.
Now, I'm warning you, if you don't let go of me,
Stop squirming, will you?
Go!
The kick he landed on me wasn't according to the Wrestling Association's rules, but I let him get away with it mainly because I couldn't move for 3 or 4 minutes, and by that time he disappeared down the street. When I recovered my faculties and staggered back to the door, I didn't bother ringing the bell. I just walked in. The hen fight was still going on somewhere in the upper reaches of the house. Then a door burst open on the upper landing, and a girl in a nurse's uniform ran down the stairs toward me, pursued by a pale little woman with a pinched face who was brandishing a pair of brass fire tongs. You brushed past me, Dr. Reese, and headed off the pursuer.
Esther, stop this! Stop this at once! Have you gone crazy? Give me those fire tongs. Give them to me.
What's the matter, Helmut? Afraid I'll mar your light of love's beauty?
What started this?
I caught her creeping about the kitchen. She was going to poison my food.
Explain to you, Mrs. Reese. The doctor...
Oh, don't bother explaining, Miss Roberts. These morbid fancies of hers.
Don't think I don't know what goes on in that office. That office when I'm not allowed anymore.
That's only because you make the patient so nervous, Esther.
I know what goes on. You and those women.
That will do, Esther. Go to your room.
Very well. But I won't have that woman in this house another day, Helmut. Is that understood?
Go to your room, Esther.
I'm going. But remember what I said. I warned you both. I can't.
There, Miss Roberts. Now don't. There.
I can't stand any more, Doctor. I tell you, it's making me a nervous wreck. I just...
Dr. Reese.
Huh? Oh, Mr. Spade. You saw, you heard?
Yeah.
Come into my office. We'll talk.
I think we'd better.
Doctor, there's still one more patient waiting to see you, Doctor.
Well, have her wait a little longer.
Yeah.
This way, Mr. Spade.
Nurse, how much longer?
Well, the doctor will see you just as soon as he possibly can. Have you been feeling any better, Mrs. Campbell?
Sit down, Mr. Spade.
Thanks, but I can say what I have to say standing. Your wife's a very tragic woman, Doctor. I wish I could help her. I wish I could help you, too, but I can't.
You heard her threat against Miss Robbins. Was that a joke?
There's nothing funny about jealousy.
But there is this man who watches the house. And the gun she bought.
I collared him outside just now.
Oh, well, did you get him to talk?
No, but I wouldn't worry about him if I were you. And about that gun. The Constitution says every citizen shall have the right to bear arms. Even Parnell Thomas can't do that.
Mr. Spade, I've not yet told you all. If I...
Oh, Doctor, I'm sorry
Yes.
to interrupt, but this patient, she's been waiting for more than an hour.
Well, who is she?
Mrs. Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh? Who? Well, has she been here before?
Of course, last week. Here's her card.
Oh, yes. I'd better get it over. Send her in.
Yes, Doctor, and Doctor, I'm resigning. I'll finish the day, of course, and then I'm through. I'm sorry.
Yes, well. Very well, Miss Robbins. I can't say that I blame you. Good luck.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Well, I'll be going along myself now, Doctor.
No. You must hear me out, Mr. Spade. I've not yet told all. If you'll just wait until I have seen this patient, please, Mr. Spade, please.
Okay, I'll wait outside.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
I beg yours.
Come on in, Mrs.
So, you're leaving the doctor's employ, nurse?
I am. Well, Mr. Spade, how does it look from the grandstand?
Messy?
Mm-hmm. You don't mind if I finish cleaning out his desk?
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
What's the matter with Esther, anyway?
I could sum the whole thing up in a single 5-letter word, shall I?
You have.
Are you going to walk out on him?
Aren't you?
Yes, I am. Oh, but Esther isn't jealous of your type, if you don't mind my mentioning it.
I feel heartened to think that you noticed I was different.
Oh, I did, Mr. Spade. I really did.
You don't seem particularly nursey to me, either.
I'm not. My, you have a fast pulse, Mr. Spade.
Yes, I've been feeling very weak the last few minutes. I need care.
Oh, you don't eat enough apples, Mr. Spade. Well, I guess I finished. Oh, there's that old contact. I wonder. Mr. Spade, will you tell the doctor I've left and thank him for me again?
Aren't you going to see him before you go?
No, I'm not. He'd only begged me to stay, and it's simply out of the question. Oh, the poor guy. I just don't know what I'd do if I were in his place. For you, Mr. Spade.
I did, and I told her. She told me I was a victim of hypertension and left me with my mouth open and no thermometer in it. 5 minutes after she'd gone out through the front entrance, your wife came down the stairs, looking knowingly at me and the door to the doctor's office, and left by the same route. 10 minutes after that, I was halfway through a 1937 National Geographic that was the latest edition on the waiting room table, and had reached the third paragraph on the natural beauties of Winona County, Minnesota. But I never finished it.
I will be back in a minute.
The first thing I saw when I entered the room was Mrs. Cavanaugh, your patient.
Why? Why did he do it?
You, Doctor, were standing over her, nervously twitching off the rubber glove from your right hand. You tested her throat for pulse, then listened through a stethoscope. It was purely a formality. One of the .38 caliber slugs had entered the right temple. The other had torn through the base of the skull. How did it happen?
I don't know. I had completed the examination and walked over there to put my instruments away. When I turned back, she had a gun in her hand. Before I could stop her, she pulled the trigger. Suicide, of course.
Why?
Well, I just told her the truth, that there was nothing I or any other doctor could do for her. That she had perhaps a month, perhaps less. She had suffered great pain, of course, for some time.
Uh-huh. You saw her shoot herself, you say?
Yes. The gun, she took it out of my desk drawer. I'd removed it from my wife's room earlier today.
I see. Well, Doctor, this is the neatest suicide I ever saw. No powder burns, and from the way she's lying, she must have shot herself from the direction of that window, at least 10 feet away. She screamed before the shots were fired and had time to fire a second bullet into her head and throw the gun across the room before she fell.
Well, Helmut, at last it's happened, hasn't it?
Esther, leave this room.
I told Helmut one of the husbands would catch up with him. Pretty, wasn't she? I don't remember this one.
The expression on your face might have been horror or fear or both, Dr. Reese. But your wife was smiling. When my eyes left her face, I noticed a leaf clinging to the hem of her coat. It might have come from the shrub that grew up against the house. And her shoes were splotched with mud that could have and probably did come from the cultivated flower bed just outside the bow window.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. Better than 4 out of 5 users of Wild Root Cream Oil say they prefer Wild Root Cream Oil to all other hair tonics. Here is new and even more conclusive evidence that Wild Root Cream Oil is again and again the choice of men who put good grooming first. So if you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. It gives you the advantages that men consider most important. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. That's like the oil of your skin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now back to the bow window caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Obviously, there were 2 equally good suspects in the Cavanaugh murder. Either your wife had killed her in a jealous rage, or you'd killed her with your wife's gun to frame her for the murder. I decided to let the police worry it out and went home to bed. The morning headlines were a bit of a surprise. Nurse sought in shooting of mystery woman. Item. The cops had found Celeste Robbins' fingerprints all over the murder gun. And item. Mrs. Cavanaugh, the murdered woman, had given a vacant lot as her address, and her body was lying unclaimed at the morgue. I decided to pay her a visit. Maxie, hey, Maxie.
What? Oh, Sam. Sammy, my boy. Hey, it's good to look on you.
How are you, Maxwell?
Oh, fine, fine. What brings you here, Sam?
The Cavanaugh woman.
The Cavanaugh, huh? Let's see who's with us today. Stiftel, Milton, Schwartz, Kelly. I knew him. Nice guy. Feige. Aha. Cavanaugh. Rose. Hello, Rose. Hey, Sam, don't you want to look at Rose?
No, I've seen her.
Ah. Yeah, just checked her back in. Autopsy. Say, you do collect queer ones, Sam. Now, you take her. Why would anybody in the world knock her off? In her condition, all he needed to do was wait. A month. Couple of weeks.
Bad as that, huh?
Worse.
Anybody claim her yet?
Well, Hello. Something we can do for you?
My name is Cavanaugh. I've come for my wife.
He was standing with his back to me, and I didn't get a good look at his face until he walked over to the desk with Master. The voice tipped me even before I saw the face. It was the man I'd caught outside your office window less than half an hour before the murder. If he recognized me, he didn't let it show. I waited while he went in with Maxie. When he came out, there were tears streaming down his face. I'd been waiting for two reasons. I had some questions to ask him, and I had wanted to pay back that jolt he'd given me the night before. I left without doing either.
Hello, Sam.
Oh, sweetheart. Any calls?
Lieutenant Dundee of Homicide,
Yeah.
Dr. Reese,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a girl waiting inside. Wouldn't give any names.
So you let her wait in my private office.
Well, I don't think you'll mind when you've seen her. She's by way of being a knockout.
Well, thank you, Effie. That was very thoughtful of you, John.
You're welcome, Sam.
Sam, please don't be angry with me for coming here. I had to talk to somebody.
What you need is a good criminal lawyer, Nurse Robin.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Do you think I killed that woman?
How did your prince get on that gun? And don't tell me she threatened you with it and you grabbed it out of her hand.
No, I didn't. I did nothing at all.
Take it easy, Nurse. Take it easy. Would you like a drink or something?
No, of course. Thank you anyway. I'll be all right. Well, she came in from shopping 3 days ago. Just as nice as pie. And she came creeping around. You know how she is. And she said, I bought something today. It's lovely. And with that, she hauled this gun out of her handbag. And so, to humor her, I took it and I looked at it. I was foolish.
It certainly was foolish.
Well, nickel-plated, ideal surface for fingerprints. And I remember she was wearing gloves. Struck me as peculiar at the time, but I'm so stupid. I didn't think of it until just now.
Everything's a little peculiar about this caper. A woman who was dying anyway gets shot. Nobody even seems to know who she was. Doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make much sense. What should I do, Sam? Give myself up?
I think you should.
Yes, I thought you'd say that. All right, phone the police.
You got a lot of courage. Sure you don't want a drink?
No, thank you. I'll be all right. I'll be all right.
Homicide. Dundee.
Dundee, Sam Spade. I got the Robbins girl here in my office. She wants to check in.
Oh? Well, tell her to forget it, Sam. Reese's wife just made a full confession.
That tore it. In my anxiety to see how you were bearing up under the shock, Doctor, I blew $1.50 of your money on a taxi all the way out to your address on Pacific Avenue. To my astonishment, you were wearing a look of real distress.
I don't understand it, Mr. Spade. This confessing, it's not like her. It's all too strange to be harmless.
Dr. Reed, I'd like to talk to you alone. Do you mind, Mr. Spade?
Go right ahead. I strained my ears outside your consulting room, but all I could hear was a few vague murmurs. Then, for no good reason, I decided to have a look at your wife's bedroom upstairs. The cops had been there before me, so I didn't expect to find much, and I didn't. I was tapping the woodwork for secret panels or something when I heard a heavy tread on the stairway. I wheeled around, my hands inside my coat. A jolly-looking character in coveralls was standing in the doorway.
Home Electronics.
I beg your pardon?
Hagen, Home Electronics. I come to take the equipment.
What equipment?
The dictograph. She don't need it no more. Ask me, she heard too much.
Mrs. Reese had a dictograph installed?
Yeah, a rental type installation. This here's a speaker. Yeah, my own design. Looks like a portable radio, don't it?
Yeah, where's the other end? Where's the microphone?
It's in the doc's private office. You interested, eh?
Yeah, turn it on, will you?
Oh, sure. Yeah, we'll get it tuned in a minute there. Oh, feedback. Wait a minute, I'll fix it.
Let her talk. What can she tell?
I don't know. But it's uncanny the way she knew
Nice, huh?
things. Every word we spoke together.
That's because of the dictograph. They rig, huh?
Shut up.
We cannot allow this terrible tragedy to come between us. We love each other. Nothing can change that.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that's as nice, ain't it?
Quiet.
I just know, please, don't. Now, stop it, Helmut. I don't want you. Please, don't.
What is it, Celeste? What has happened to Jane?
What has happened? You asked that. When I've been attacked by a madwoman and accused of murder all in the space of 12 hours.
But it's all over now.
Just so, Helmut. Yes, it's all over.
Well, can't you turn it up a little more?
Oh, sure, turn it up.
Hold it.
It's over. And I'm very, very ashamed. I suppose it was my usual thing. I always get sorry for a poor, weak man and get involved. But this time, I'm sorry for her.
Celeste, please.
When I was a kid, I liked it. It used to make me feel powerful and, well, to watch them squirm. But it's no fun anymore watching another woman in the agonies of jealousy. And you, I thought you were just weak. You're a brutal, unscrupulous murderer.
What are you saying, Celeste?
You killed Mrs. Cavanaugh.
Why, that's impossible.
You stood deliberately in that window and you fired 2 shots right at
Hey, what gives you?
Why weren't my fingerprints on that gun?
Because you were wearing your rubber gloves, Doctor.
Celeste, don't say any more.
No.
Here, help me. Help me get his shirt off, Mr. Spade. He's been shot.
Who shot him, you?
Through the window, the same man, the one who watched the house.
Hold this tourniquet tight, please.
It's nothing. A flesh wound. His aim was bad.
Yeah, too bad. Cavanaugh, you still out there? You got nothing to worry about. He's still alive.
I missed him.
Give me a hand. Come on. That's it.
I missed him.
That was lucky. You're taking the rap for your wife's murder, too, if you're a better shot.
He did it. He killed my wife. I was at the window. I saw him. What I don't understand is why his wife confessed.
She loves him, Mr. Cavanaugh. You should understand that.
I guess that's what happens to love when it gets crossed up. Why didn't you tell the police what you saw?
They'd have hung it on me. She was a stranger to everyone else. I've been quarreling with her, suspicious, acting like a maniac. She never told me. She must have been going to one doctor after another, trying to find one that would give her one ray of hope. In pain all the time, too, and never letting on. Never. Even after that first visit she made to Reese's office, I didn't tumble. I thought she was meeting him on the sly. And I followed her both times. That last time I carried a gun. I might have killed her if what I suspected had been true.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Cavanaugh. I didn't realize.
You're pretty late with your regrets, Doctor. I don't quite figure you either. Maybe the prison psychiatrist can.
Dundee homicide.
Dundee, tear up Mrs. Reese's confession. Come on over and get the doctor.
Dr. Reese?
Yeah. By the way, he accidentally shot himself in the arm. Isn't that right, Doctor?
What? Oh, yes. Accident.
Why didn't she tell me? Why didn't she tell me?
I don't know, Cavanaugh. Women. Sometimes they make too much sense, or we don't make enough, or maybe we're all crazy. And that, Dr. Reese, is the crop. At the risk of laboring a point, there's also the mystery of why a nice girl like Celeste Robbins ever fell for a guy like you. You'll have plenty of free time to think it over between now and the trial. If you find the answer, drop me a line. Period. End of report.
You know, Sam, that's Celeste. I like her. I wish we could do something for her.
Well, I've already thought of that, Evie.
Oh? What are you going to do, Sam?
Type that up, sweetheart, and I'll write you a happy ending.
Here's how you can find out whether the hair tonic you're using today is giving you what you ought to get in good grooming. Ask yourself, Does my present hair tonic groom my hair neatly and naturally, or does it leave my hair sticky or greasy? And does it relieve dryness and remove loose dandruff, too? Or does it do just a halfway job? Unless you can honestly say that your present hair tonic does all that for your hair, you owe it to yourself to try Wild Root Cream Oil right away. Try Wild Root Cream Oil and see for yourself how it improves your appearance, grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. It's non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin. Get the big economy-size bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel and grand for the bathroom cabinet. Don't delay. Get it today. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Oh, here's the report, Sam. You want to read it over?
I do not. File it under F for forget.
About that poor Celeste, Sam.
Oh, yeah. Well, I made a date with Celeste to take her dancing tomorrow night. She needs cheering up, you know.
Oh, what for?
Well, you said she needed help.
Well, that isn't exactly the kind of help I had in mind.
Oh.
I don't see why it's necessary
Effie,
to take...
we must each of us give a particular kind of help each of us is particularly equipped to give.
Very well. She wished to... She used to make over men just to get the other women jealous.
That she did. Aren't other women silly to allow themselves to get jealous when they know just what she's up to?
Idiotic. Just idiotic.
Sure thing. And go home, Effie. I'm a lousy dancer.
Oh, very well. Have fun, Sam. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. This is Dick Joy, reminding you that next Sunday, author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. Smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, for quick, good grooming and to relieve dryness between permanents. Mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents a thrilling new adventure series starring Dick Powell. I'm an insurance investigator. My name is Johnny Dollar.
What?
You heard me, Johnny Dollar, and I can pad an expense account with the best of them. Yep, I'm a freelance insurance investigator, and I live in Hartford, Connecticut. At least that's where I pay rent. My work sees to it that I really live anywhere, except at home. I'm free, white, and 34, and so forth. If you're interested in buying me Christmas presents, I take a size 42 suit. Shirt's 15 and a half collar, sleeve length 33. My hat size is 7 1/8, except when I wind up a successful case. Then it runs about 7 3/8. At insurance investigation, I'm just an expert. At making out my expense account, I'm an absolute genius. Expense account, submitted by investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, East Coast Underwriters, Terminal Building, Hartford, Connecticut. Attention, Austin Farnsworth, General Manager. The following is an accounting of my expenditures in the investigation of Milfred Brooks III for your company. Expense account item 1. Cab fare to your office in answer to your original call, 75 cents. Tip to driver, $1. Expense account item 2. Shoe shine, 25 cents. You'll remember I got my shoes scuffed when I unsuspectingly walked into your private office.
Milford! No, you must not,
out of my way, Farnsworth.
Dollar!
Yeah,
Get away from that window! Don't
Hey, you!
jump!
Hey, no, you don't.
Let go of me! Let go of me, you fool!
No. There are better ways of making a big splash in life.
Get away!
Well, nice try, Sonny. Now pay attention to teacher. I didn't know I had it in me.
Oh, goodness gracious, Dollar. Did you have to hit him so hard? I hope you haven't killed him. He isn't too strong, you know.
Don't worry. There. Now, Mr. Farnsworth, would you mind telling me on whose head have I the dubious pleasure to be sitting?
That, sir, is Milford Brooks III. His policy with this company is in the amount of $2 million.
Wow.
Yes. And the boy seems bent on committing suicide. Dollar, I want you to stop him.
What do you want me to do? Threaten him with death?
Anything. The conditions of his policy are such that we would be forced to meet with a claim in the event of his suicide. Oh, I say, Dollar, sitting on his head that way, aren't you in danger of smothering the boy?
Smothering him doesn't worry me, but these crew haircuts don't make very comfortable cushions. I'll move down a little. Now, there. Okay. So far, I know this kid is insured for $2 million and that his policy pays off on suicide. What else?
1/2 hour ago, Milford Brooks walked into this office and changed the beneficiary in his policy. Then, sir, he proceeded to demand, not request, mind you, but demand a loan of $500,000.
Quite a touch.
When I explained to him that there were no provisions for a loan in his policy, he threatened suicide.
Which would cost you $2 million. So all we have to do is keep him alive, huh?
And he's managed to make that no small problem. His choice of a new beneficiary is downright frightening. One of the most notorious gamblers in the East. His name is Hatcher, Harold Hatcher.
Ouch.
Oh, do you know him?
Sure. That kid's been a post office pinup boy for a lot of years.
Well, that's the situation. I'm engaging you to protect Milford Brooks' future. Dollar, I want you to protect the boy. Give him something to live for. You know, an interest in life.
An interest in life? Well, then, let's see. I know. Here. This should help.
What's that you got there?
Well, it's what's commonly referred to in the more successful of bachelor circles as my little black book.
Oh.
Well, now, let's see. Ruby? No. Her favorite expression is drop dead. Bernadine? No. She'd be the new beneficiary by midnight.
Oh, dear.
Now, here. Here's the one, Butter. Say, Farnsworth, would you mind passing me that phone? The one with the long cord?
Oh, no. Oh.
Lie still, Buster. My little friend here is showing signs of life.
Here you are. Maybe you should let him breathe a bit more.
Don't worry. He'll be all right. Hello. Oh, hello. I want to call New York. Yeah. Hudson, 24292.
Dollar, you're not thinking of taking this boy to New York, are you?
Well, I'm going there myself. You want me to keep an eye on him, don't you? Now, don't fret, Farnsworth. All is not lost.
You do worry me, sitting on his chest that way.
Hello? Oh, Butter? This is Johnny. Yeah, I'll be in town tonight. I want to see you. And look, here's what I want you to do. Yes, it's all right to say over the telephone. Yeah, I want you to reserve a table at the hatchery in my name for 10 o'clock tonight. Will you do that? Okay. I'll see you at your apartment in a few hours. But, honey, I can't make it any earlier. I'm sitting up on a sick friend. Okay, goodbye.
I'm not sure that I agree with your methods.
Huh?
Ow! What's the matter? Did he hit you?
Hit me? He bit me. Expense account, item 3. Liquor, $18. Keeping Milford Brooks III peaceful seemed to be the immediate problem, and a bottle of rare old brandy seemed to be the immediate answer. I poured most of it into him, and by the time he started to tick again, he'd gone through the unusual process of going to sleep sober and waking up enchanted. I loaded him into my car, and we headed for New York. As we passed through New Haven, he opened one eye, looked up, saw the Yale Bowl, and gave 3 cheers for old Eli.
Ray.
Oh, old Yale would sure be proud of you. Why anybody would want to insure you for $2 million is more than I can figure.
My daddy loved me very much, and my mother loved me very much.
Now, that's nice.
And not only that, but I love somebody very much. And not only that, but I hate somebody very much.
That's interesting.
You know something? Next to one other guy, I hate you more than anybody else.
Oh, here, lover boy, it's the cocktail hour again. Time for your bottle. Rolling along the Merritt Parkway, I felt very much alone with my thoughts. And believe me, they weren't very pleasant company. The way it stacked up for me, Brooks had built up a fat gambling debt with Harold Hatcher and had been forced into making him his beneficiary. The suicide threat that he was holding over the insurance company was a little tougher to figure, unless he was trying to finance a trip for himself to get away from the man with a murder motive, Hatcher. My hungry little mind nibbled away on those unsavory morsels of food for thought all the way to Butter's apartment.
Hey, where are you taking me? I want to go to New York.
If you don't behave, Buster, I'll punch your ticket.
Johnny, darling, welcome to New York.
Well, that's the fastest trip I ever had.
Quiet.
Well, where did you find this?
In a box of Cracker Jack. Let us in, dear.
I don't know about you. Some men bring me flowers, some bring me candy. What do you bring me? A boiled owl and a Brooks Brothers suit.
Pleased to meet you.
Yeah, let's trot him into the bedroom, honey.
You'd look more at home in the bathtub. Let me pull down the cover.
All right. Now, come on, Buster. Lie down.
Charm.
That kid's liquor sure can hold him.
How long have you been playing nursemaid to this bottle baby?
Get behind that bar, sweet, and I'll tell you all about it.
Sure. Horrible examples don't seem to bother you, do they?
If you knew how that guy has been bothering me.
What did he do to you?
Well, let's just say he put the bite on me. Oh, gosh, the river sure does look pretty tonight.
Bourbon and soda?
Now, please, anything but brandy. I've been sniffing that second hand all the way from Hartford. Butter, see that big boat out there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I sure would like to be on it. With you, sailing off to faraway romantic places.
Get with it, darling. That's the 125th Street Ferry.
Oh.
Here's your drink. Come on now. Tell Butter all about it.
So, friend Bourbon and I proceeded to tell her all about it. It wasn't easy. Everything about her kept flagging down my train of thought. The longer she looked at me, the less I wanted of Milford Brooks III, and the more I wanted of beautiful Butter the first, and only. She was a sympathetic listener to my story until I gave her the answer to her first and only question.
And where do I fit into all this?
Well, baby, I thought you understood. My job is to give this poor misguided boy something to live for. That's you.
Well...
Now, honey, hold everything. Don't go getting your corn all popped. You misunderstand. I really mean it. I thought if he'd just got to look at you and realize that things like you exist, why, you'd make any man glad to be alive. Oh, come on now, Butter. Melt a little. I wouldn't let anything happen to you. You know that.
Did I hurt you?
Oh, no, I'm getting used to it. People have been taking pokes at me all day.
I'm sorry.
Ah, that's better.
You want some more bourbon?
I want some more you.
Well, help yourself.
Honey, it's getting late. Let's make this the last drink.
What time is it?
Oh, it's 20 to 10.
Oh.
My reservation at the hatchery is for 10. Here.
Thanks. Cigarette? Oh, empty. Some more out in the other room. I'll get them.
I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China.
Johnny!
Oh, I'm coming.
He's gone.
What? Well, he can't be.
But he is. The window's wide open.
Oh, the fire escape. What a smart guy I am. Trading 3 drinks of bourbon for $2 million on the hoof. Oh, that's the biggest bar check I ever picked up. That's a big bar check for anyone to pick up. As a matter of fact, it's a bigger bar check than you've ever heard of anyone picking up before. And that should give you an idea of what to expect in the second act as you follow this new CBS series starring Dick Powell in the title role, yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Well, nobody could say I wasn't working fast. I'd only been in town for an hour, and I'd already succeeded in losing Milford Brooks III. I spent another hour of his all-too-short life expectancy unsuccessfully shaking down the neighborhood for him. And then, feeling very much like a bloodhound that had flunked his sniffing exam, I went back to Butter's apartment.
No luck, Johnny.
Oh, sure, plenty of luck. All bad.
Is there anything I can do to help?
A kiss for luck.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. Just a little phone call.
Police headquarters.
This is Johnny Dollar. Give me missing persons.
Any particular one?
Don't be a wise guy. Lieutenant Fisher.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Fisher.
Fisher, this is Johnny Dollar.
Hello, Dollar. Who'd you lose?
One man, my mind, and if I'm not careful, my professional reputation. The guy's name is Brooks, Milford III. Got anything on him?
Hold on.
All right.
Oh, don't look at me like that. It wasn't all my fault.
Dollar?
Yeah?
We haven't found him yet, but we think we know where he is.
Huh?
The Hudson River. At 11:15 tonight, his top coat, complete with identification, was found taking a ride on the 125th Street ferry.
Oh. Anything else?
Nothing much. A package of matches was found under the coat, monogram. You don't happen to know anybody whose initials are H.H., do you?
H.H.?
Yeah.
There's always Horace Height.
Wise.
Thanks, Fisher. I'll check back with you later.
I'll be here.
H.H. Harold Hatcher.
What are you mumbling about? Bad news?
Looks like about $2 million worth. They found Milford's coat on the 125th Street ferry.
You and your faraway romantic places.
Very funny. I'll see you later, honey, and maybe about 11. Expense account, item 4. Nightclubs. $28. Harold Hatcher's hatchery was in a cellar under a hotel, but the prices were high enough to rate a penthouse. The club was draped in too much satin, its lady customers in too little. The decor was French provincial, the music was Brazilian, and the food was from Dixie. The drinks looked weak and the waiters looked strong. All in all, the joint was a sight for sore eyes, for making them sore. The only pretty thing in the place was a blonde. She came strolling up to my table, her hips unconsciously sending subtle little messages back to the rumba band. She opened her mouth, slid her tongue over her lower lip, and let a few warm, soft words slide out.
Looking for someone?
Well, you'll do until the real thing comes along. Sit down.
Thanks. I won't have a drink.
Well, I didn't ask you.
My name is Janelle.
Janelle? Wow, that's a nice name.
I understand you were asking about Mr. Hatcher.
Well, I asked if he was in. The waiter said he wasn't. Do you know him?
More than somewhat. What do you want to see him about?
A mutual friend, Milford Brooks.
Uh-huh. I know most of the quiet-clothes boys around here, so you want a cop. You don't look like the type that would be a society friend of the Brooks family, so what are you?
I'll ignore that. Is Hatcher around?
He might be.
Well, then come on. Where's his office?
The top of those stairs.
Can I expect any trouble getting in?
You won't have any trouble.
How do you know?
Because Harold sent me down here to look you over. Oh. I think you're all right.
So, I've won myself the good housekeeping seal of approval, huh?
In a house with you would meet with my approval.
I ran for my life. Had a slow walk up the stairs. When I located the door to Hatcher's office, I knocked once and went in.
Come on in.
Thanks. Oh, I'm Johnny Dollar. I was hired by East Coast underwriters to protect the interest of a kid named Milford Brooks III.
Now, what's that supposed to mean to me?
You know him, don't you?
Well, he isn't exactly one of my boozing buddies.
How much money does he owe you?
Well, we've got him on the books for a few bob. Why?
They picked up his topcoat tonight on the 125th Street ferry. He wasn't in it. It might have been suicide, or it might have been a knockover made to look like a suicide. What's your choice?
What do you get off asking me about my choice?
Wherever you between 11 and 11:30 tonight.
What's it to you?
I thought you might like to rehearse some answers. The law will be asking some questions real soon now.
I don't know why I should tell you, but I was driving around in my car getting some air.
Oh, now you'll have to do better than that. They found one of your match folders under Brooks' coat.
You're out of your mind. Let me ask you. The kid owed me a couple of $100,000. You think I'm going around knocking off my own assets?
Hatcher, I don't know whether you're stupid or bright.
Don't worry about it. I know.
What about that insurance policy?
What insurance policy?
Now, look, Hatcher, we're big boys. We both know that changing a beneficiary on an insurance policy is a legal transaction. That means witnesses. That means it isn't secret.
What are you talking about?
But you and East Coast underwriters and I know all know that Brooks made you the beneficiary in his policy and that you stand to come into $2 million when they fish out his body.
I don't know anything about it.
Motives don't come much bigger.
I'm telling you, this is all news to me, and you and nobody else is going to make me move off that story.
I feel the same about mine. It doesn't take a genius to know that Brooks didn't love you $2 million worth. There's only one logical reason for his making you the beneficiary. You forced him into it. Who'd believe anything else?
Who cares? They'd have to prove it. And, brother, that can't be done. Now, how would you... Yeah. Okay, Rocky, thanks for the news. Take the inspector into the bar and buy him a drink. I'll be right down. Dollar, did you turn me in?
They're here, huh?
Yeah.
No, I didn't turn you in. I'm not a cop. Here, have a cigarette.
Thanks. Here's a light. Well, come on. Maybe they just want to sell me some tickets to the policeman's ball.
For a guy in a hot spot, Hatcher was certainly a cool customer. I followed him out of the office, down the stairs, and back into the club. Janelle was sitting there right where I'd left her. And I thought to myself, now there's a gal who should never sit down. She looks so pretty standing up.
Janelle, buy Mr. Dollar a drink. I have to go play 20 questions with some fellas in the bar.
Sure, baby. Anything you say. Anything.
I'll see you, Dollar.
Yeah.
How'd you make out?
Well, you can never tell about a guy like that. He's a smart boy, strong, silent type.
Wouldn't talk, huh? A real close-mouth act. About what?
Oh, just a little doodad. $2 million life insurance policy.
Wait a minute. That young Brooks kid?
That's right.
I knew it. Tried to tell him he'd get into trouble, but he wouldn't listen to me.
Oh, you knew about it, huh? I suppose you also know what was behind it.
Sure, Milford owed him some money. A lot of money. It's in writing.
What kind of writing?
The personal note that Brooks was going to get back if he made Harold beneficiary.
Well, where is this note?
Do I look like the kind of girl who'd put the finger on her boyfriend?
You look like the kind of girl who'd do anything if she wanted to.
Thanks. I'll give you a slight hint. It's in his office. You'll find it in the inside pocket of one of his suits in the wardrobe. What are you waiting for? I'll watch the bar.
Nothing, sweetheart. Nothing at all. Whatever her reasons, Mr. Harold Hatcher's little female playmate was trying awful hard to send him up on a murder rap. And I was going to try awful hard not to let her down. Back in Hatcher's office, I found myself alone in a room with a telephone. And being a guy who can never resist a free call, I unleashed the magic wonders of the AT&T.
This better be you, Johnny Dollar.
Quiet, Butter. I've only got a few seconds.
Seems that's all you ever have for me. Now, if you
Look,
think that
Angel, just another hour. I'll get you a nice present.
I don't care if you're another century. And as for presents, the last one you brought me was a drunk, and you even let him get away from me. Good night.
Life presents a gloomy picture ever downward toward the tomb. Having wasted those few precious moments of an already misspent youth, I decided I'd better get on my pony before Mr. Hatcher showed up. I found Milford Brooks' personal note in one of Hatcher's suits, all right. As a matter of fact, I found something in all his suits. A great big glimmer of light. Expense account, item 5. Taxi fare, $10. I left the office in a hurry, Janelle at her table and Hatcher at his bar. I got out of the club and into a taxi parked a half block down the street. There, I waited until my favorite suspect left the hatchery and piled into another cab, and off we went. On a chase that would have made Ben-Hur look like a plowing bee. We skittered over to Lexington and headed uptown. At 72nd, the cab turned right and pulled to a stop. My driver was on his toes, and his toes were on his brake. We stopped, too, half a block behind.
You want I should wait, huh?
No, here you are. Keep the change.
Hey, thanks.
It was a garage that belonged to a residence on a parallel street a block away. The living quarters upstairs were dark enough to look interesting. I indulged in a bit of genteel breaking and entering. Entering that old barn didn't take much breaking. I crept up the stairs. It sounded like they were left over from an old ghost story. And so did the first voice I heard when I stopped halfway up.
We've got to be careful, especially about that Johnny Dollar. Are you sure he didn't follow you?
That voice sounded awfully dry to be coming from a guy who supposedly had spent most of the night snoozing on the bottom of the Hudson River. It was Milford Brooks III. Get up on your feet, Brooks.
Well, now, wait a minute.
I started this thing slugging you, and I might as well finish it the same way.
Leave him alone, you.
Now, pull in the claws, Angel. And sit on his lap.
You hard-footed Hick. I'll kill you.
Get off of me.
Huh?
I should have known better than to get mixed up with a low-class female like you.
Why, you punk.
Now, hold it. We pushed the lady around enough, Brooks.
Tell me to be careful, will you? Why didn't you think of that before you led him here?
Wipe your nose, little boy.
Now, don't you go getting fat-headed, gorgeous. Neither one of you are exactly what I'd call masterminds. When you planted that match folder on a little boy Blue Blood's topcoat on the ferry boat, you both should have been more careful.
You think so?
You bet I think so. If I were planning a piece of evidence to incriminate Mr. Harold Hatcher, I would have left a cigarette lighter. I found one in the pocket of every suit he owns back there in his closet in the club. It wasn't hard to figure out that guy never carries a book of matches.
What do you want?
I'm only interested in one thing. Saving the insurance company $2 million. And, Buster, I think you've done it for me.
Dollar,
This is insurance fraud. It has been ever since you put on that fake suicide attempt. Trying to extort $500,000 out of the company.
Dollar, wait a minute.
Ah, come on. We're leaving.
You heard him, Dollar.
Harold.
Hatcher.
He said, wait a minute. He wants to talk.
Yeah, everybody wants to get in on the act. How did you get here?
When the police in this town think maybe a guy's jumped off a ferry boat and nobody's seen him do it, they check the counters on the turnstiles at each end. In the case of Brooks, as many people got off that boat as got on.
Well, it makes sense. They'd hardly hold the guy because somebody lost a topcoat.
How did you know we were here?
You know me, baby. You never go any place I don't know about. Okay, Brooks, you felt like talking. Now I feel like listening. Get it up.
Well, I don't know what you mean.
I know what you mean, Hatcher. One, he gave you a big, fat $2 million motive for murder. And two, he did his best to make it look like you did murder him with that broken-down match cover plant on the ferry boat. It's just that simple.
And you, baby?
Harold, please.
You put him up to it, didn't you, you cheap little muscler? Trying to get rid of me, will you?
No, Harold.
Now, calm down, Hatcher. You don't need any gun around here. They're tame.
Well, maybe I'm not. Since so many people have gone to so much trouble to hand me a nice, easy way to make $2 million, maybe I'll just go ahead and make it. I'll show these amateurs how these things are really done. Come on, Brooks. How'd you like to go for a nice, cool, half a ferry boat ride?
No, Hatcher. No. Look, it's her fault. I'll give you anything you want.
You're wrong, sonny boy. You're going to give me everything.
No. No. You can't. Let me out of here!
Brooks bolted for the door. Hatcher snapped a shot at him. And I hit Hatcher with a do-or-die tackle from behind. The gun flew out of his hand.
No, you don't.
I beat him to it and swung it straight into his skull. Half the people in the room were lying there bleeding. Brooks from gunshot, Hatcher from gun butt. Janelle and I stood there panting. But believe me, not for each other. We stood that way until the police arrived.
Dollar, it's beyond me. I sent you out to protect the life of a very important policyholder, and now where are we? Standing in a hospital corridor, worrying about whether he's going to live or die.
As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Farnsworth, you're only half right. I'm just standing in a hospital corridor.
Oh, Dollar, you're heartless.
Well, if you'd been bitten where he bit me, you wouldn't care if he lived or died either. I'm getting out of here.
Where are you going?
It'll be explained in my expense account under miscellaneous expense. Oh, don't fall over when you come to an item for $318.
$318? For what?
Not for what, Farnsworth? For whom? Expense account total, And it all adds up to a little matter of $1,182.23. Which you may say, Mr. Farnsworth, is a lot of money for one man to spend in 2 days. But you must bear in mind that the amount at stake was $2 million. And you know the price of steak these days. It might comfort you to know that I just returned from the hospital. Brooks was strong enough to make a full statement, which you will find enclosed. This in itself should prove sufficient to establish evidence of attempted fraud against your company, allowing you to immediately avoid his policy. It boils down to one sentence, to wit. Brooks and Janelle wanted to get rid of Hatcher so that they could live happily ever after. Knowing those two, they never had a chance. And oh, yes, that that miscellaneous item, the one for $318, it was a bracelet for a certain party who made this special investigation for me very special. Oh, if you want a receipt for this item, I'll send you a lock of her hair. Yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
So, with the final signature on his expense account, Dick Powell as Johnny Dollar has just closed the books on his first adventure in this new CBS series. The script for tonight's broadcast was written by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd, and the music was created and conducted by Dick Arant. The entire production was under the direction of Tony Leader. Be sure to tune in again next week when the expense account covers Special Investigation Singapore, another unusual adventure starring Dick Powell in...
Yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Exciting news for adventure seekers. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.